Hello, Lolo. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/Smile2. And if you're watching on YouTube and you like to see, maybe like, maybe comment, maybe subscribe. If that's safe, maybe dislike, and tell me why. Otherwise, have a wonderful day, and let's get this. Thank you for the follow, Calerty24. Yeah, so I need to make sure something's actually working. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Anyway, Lolo, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. So today we're going to try and finish Deltarune one way or another. I'm either going to finish or I'm just going to put it away for a while. I'm at the end, you know? I should probably make sure we can hear me. Usually do, but... So, I took the last boss in Chapter 4. And I'm literally only doing it because I'd already given up on doing the secret boss and everything, and I was just like, I just gotta finish, you know? At this point. If I manage to finish sooner than later, I'll probably end up going and doing something else. Yeah, okay, so... I don't know if it will come... The sound is working, all that's good. But that is how I'm gonna do this. I'm hoping it will go fast. Oh, I forgot to do this. Sorry. Sorry, here we go. Ta-da! But yeah, I'm hoping it'll go pretty quickly. And that we'll end up just going to, a different game. Yeah, I knew this would be my last save spot, so... Hey, Chris. Thanks. We're gonna have to go through all that again to get there, but I'm switching some stuff out before then. I think I want to try and see if I can't switch for... since we can come back... Hello. You know what I'm gonna do is... I'm actually going to remove some stuff from my... I'm gonna switch this out for revivement. Do I have anything else? Just kinda... I might just remove the episode teeth if I can, at least a few of them. Yeah, obviously I don't actually want to do that, but... I'll leave a little extra room there and all that. Rhapsody can be used for when I need to heal, but... Like, I already know how to do this, it just... Yeah, we're hoping we can do this. Anyway, how you doing, Chris? Yeah, we already went through all this, so I'm just literally gonna skip. Where I can. Oh, it occurs to me I should... Hello, Thomas. I'm glad you're doing fine. As I said, we're just gonna see if we can't get through this quickly. We can switch to something else if I can. I'm sorry to hear that you're not feeling your best. I hope you feel better. Then go sleep, Thomas. If you're tired, sleep. Hello! Yeah, I did find the egg. I lost. I had to skip out on the secret boss. Well, I didn't have to, but I just... Well, actually, I kind of do. Controller's not great for that. I found out after trying. But we're trying to complete the chapter, at least at this point. I do love how this looks. It's cool. But since that's the case, I just want to finish. So that's why we're doing this tonight. Otherwise, I probably would have given a break. But the fact that I already ended up giving up on getting through... Because I thought I'd still be able to... But then I didn't realize how intense the final boss. Because normally the secret boss isn't too bad, or is quite a bit worse than the last boss. Boom. Alright, can we skip? Let's move forward. We're just gonna have to get through all this again, and then we can go and fight and probably fail because I'm not very good at it. Alright. Die. Annoying creatures. I don't know, I like doing that. Alright, okay. Alright. This part's the easy part. Ish. Oh, ow. Gotta be careful there. Okay. Nah. Boom. I do love the music, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, that's right, I forgot this happens here, doesn't it? Like I said, this controller is not the best for big decisions, as it turns out. Okay, patience. Okay. Alright. Smack. 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 There we go. I know I've hit the final boss. The final boss fight's just such a pain. Like I said, I gave up on the super boss because I was like, oh, I should still be able to finish. And then I basically, I just couldn't. And like I said, if I do manage to finish, we'll switch to a different game. Whether it be on the computer or something else. It's fine. If I don't... I'm being... Yep. But we've already gone through all this, so I am just gonna skip forward. Like, I understand how it works, but I'm just not very good. Well, as I've said, for some reason the, controller does not like the game. Alright. I did get the egg. Alright, first we gotta fight this guy. Alright. Right now we just gotta do this. That's easy. Kidding me? Alright, let's brighten a little bit. Ow. I had trouble seeing the one attack. Relatively. Oh, then maybe rel save. I try to focus more on... Fine. One more. Oh wait, I can banish. Banish. Oh. mean, that's what it just says that you... Alright, but no, I mean, other than I think... Yeah, other than I'll say. But I don't think I guess this is better. The flex scarf. But, like, Susie has the Absorb Axe, which does pretty good, and I've got the Jingle... Oh, wait, the wrong one is applied right now. No, the right one is right. The Wing Blade's on here, so see? I do have some, as you put it, real weapons. Oh, the other one I didn't have was Rousey. He's after us. Okay. Crap, I'm stuck. Ah, yes. Don't care enough. Care. I go at the full heal. Come on. Don't care. You know, I can't focus on you right now, right? Give me a second. Then... Okay. And toss. Alright. Yeah, that's not happening. Let's be real. That would take another... Alright, so now we're at full health. I know there'll be a little guy who help us more and more as time goes on, but... I've already read all these, I'm just not very good at this. Alright. Yep. I mean, he's a really cool looking boss. I don't think it is. Ow. Crap. Yeah, I'm not very good at this. I think I mentioned this. I know if you squint you can see the Mystery Man, but I feel like the Mystery Man is more implied to be the man behind the tree. Crap. Yeah, going for Rousey first. Just... No, wait, don't check. And, you know, we're just gonna give Ralsei a quick attack. I don't disagree that it doesn't feel like it does. Yeah, of course, Ralsei's right back down. This one's not gonna be a winner. I'm unlucky with who, I think I mentioned. I'm not very... I need at least Ralsei to heal so that I can maybe... Okay. And then, I guess, just defend here. Okay, survived. Back down. Yeah, I know I can use Unleash. Not really a good idea, though. But oh well. Because there's nothing much I can do anyway. We're gonna die in the next one, anyway. I wanted to do a full heal first. Yeah, see. And there we go. As I said, I can't see the screen. Half the time. I love the game, but unfortunately the color of... Or else it's not damage dealer. This is more of a damage dealer. I guess the little guy's not here yet. Soon. See, that's what I'm saying. I was trying to have Susie be alive, and I just... The problem is I need them both alive, kind of, like, get brightened. Crap. I mean, I kind of did. Problem is, Ralsei being the one the first to go down is not... Because I have a migraine day. Yep, there went Chris. I guess, technically, Susie can heal Chris, at least. Kind of need. Yeah, it's not gonna work out well. Yeah, but I get the feeling I need Chris for, you know. Yeah. In fact, I know I need Chris. Oh, but I'll stay alive, so... Still a little extra defense here. And Susie's the one that went down. Of course Susie's the one that went down. See your first time chat. I'm not very good at gaming. I think I've said it before. Let's give Chris something. Then Ralsei can give Suzy. Like you said, Suzy does need to survive. Thanks. I'm not. Goes in a sense at least Chris is being attacked right now. Or Ralsei. Alright, we're good. I didn't get the Justice Axe. Like I said, I ended up giving up. I wish I hadn't given up. Because this Ralsei's down. And Chris is down. Yeah, and I'm not sure if we can do anything. I guess we can. And I'm dead. Yeah. As I said, I'm not very good at it. Yeah, I'll take your stuff, little guy. Yeah, no. I'll take the Erupts of Tea. Didn't have to spend money on it. And I already knew this was going to fail at least a couple times. Not because I'm planning on it, but because I'm not... Alright. Ow. Great. Okay. I don't know. What I probably should do is... I think I mentioned it before, but I probably shouldn't be playing when I have a massive migraine. But unfortunately, that's just not working out. I mean, I'll heal Ralsei in a minute, but... Oh, Chris is down. That's great. Never mind, I won't be healing Chris in a minute. Yeah, I got a migraine. So everything is kind of fuzzy. See, I'm trying to avoid. I've been trying to avoid spoilers the whole time. You have an idea how hard that is? Ow. They'll do so much damage. I probably should have attacked again, but there wasn't really much I could do. Of course, Ralphie's back down. Ralphie! It doesn't help as well that the one who keeps randomly being attacked, the random attack, was Ralphie. I kind of need Ralphie to live to be able to do the dual heal. No, wait, no, I don't want the revivement. I want... Sick. D-pad's too slow. Like I said, it's that I can't see the screen right now. I'm literally not able to see. My migraine medicine will kick in eventually. Or, whoa! We'll see! Needs to see live. Yep. Yep. And the color I have trouble seeing. That's how much I like the Deltarune games. As I still play it, even though I can't see almost anything half the time. Yeah. But it's in red. It's not really color blindness, it's more like I can't focus on it. Like, I know it's red. Like, okay, the eyes aren't red, I'll admit that, but the heart and everything on there, the attacks, I can't focus on it. It's more my dyslexia. It's not really color blindness. So I can see it's red, but I can just see it's a red blob. I can't see exactly anything. Can't focus on it. It's gotten better over the years. But when I have a migraine, it's still pretty bad. Ow. It doesn't help when that's your, icon for what you need to be moving around. Alright. Ow. Yep, that's not great. Okay, I gotta dual heal. Alright. Crap. Yeah. No. Alright. Oh, I know. Like I said, I may have my headache medicine. Nuts. Oh, Susie's down. That's great. So I probably have a little bit over 10% down. Hit. And that one hit. Yep. I just... I think that attack is the one that's going to keep getting me. I have trouble avoiding it. Take that. I do love that this little guy is like bringing stuff up, you know? I'll steal it. Because he's like, hi, this is my support. Please take it to the treasure chest. He brings them up. Yeah. That and like I said, how do I put it? This one. These are my two worst. I realized it was going to corner me. I mean, fair enough. But see, that doesn't really help now, does it? For some of them. Proceed to heal. But... it's not happening yet. See, that guy's my problem. Like, I can't tell where they are exactly. Alright, Chris, get this garlic, sir. Or else I gets a mint. Because it'll obviously... it typically aims at... ow. Yeah. But always, I've noticed it always, like, no matter like what fight, it always aims at the revived person before anyone else. So, you know. Alright. Good, I guessed right. Oh. Okay. Unleash. I was close to get. Okay. If I can survive this, I can at least look at how much we've got. And then else he goes down. So, you know, I was gonna hope to dual heal, but it's not happening. Alright, so where's it at? It is at 81%. So it's 90% of the time. If I get the full heal. Alright. I'm not... So it gets a Rhapsody, and then the last revivement can go to Rouse. Ow. go. Well, but see, giving an item wastes that attack that I need to use when I can. Now, doesn't it? All of them are low. End up low. It's just kind of how it goes. Right now they're all low, but I'm gonna try and get one more. And of course Ralsei's down. Thanks, Ralsei. Now, and Ralsei's down. Thanks, Ralsei. Only heals so much, you know? Let's see what this side. Come on, it should be finishing. Cool. Ow. Cool. Sorry, I gotta heal first. Alright. Fine. Okay. Unleash, attack. Okay. Alright. Okay. Done. Ow. Well, I'll be able to heal once I get through this. Yeah, we're healing. I know it's not as good, but it's fine. Oh, the fish got even more annoying. Nice. No. Alright. Right. Because we're like at probably like 62%. Oh. This isn't good at all. Yeah. Can't say that I, Alright. Oh. Yeah, I'm dying. Oh, I had to move. One hit left. And I'm down. Hiya, Mr. Kenji. Oh. I told you, I'm not very good. Look at the items. What's this one? Rhapsody. Alright, anyway, I love Mr. Kenji. How you doing? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I am cornering myself back. Okay. Ow. Alright, heal, I guess. I know it's not as useful, but I need to practice these guys here. Anyway, so it's fine. Fish, it's infinite. Ow. Alright, I'm gonna have to heal Susie. Let's give Susie an item. I mean, Rude Buster would be great, but I don't think you can ever really do that unless you're really, really, really good. Make sure our hits aren't as bad. Ow. Ow. Yeah, they go great. Ow. Yep. I just gotta unleash, I think. Almost. Nope, I messed up. Alright. Alright. Crap. Yep. Yep, that happened. Okay. Let's revive Chris. Crap. Okay. I think Susie being our tank, and then let's revive Ralsei. These guys. Yeah, this isn't helping. Never have been so grateful to you guys. Nope. You still took the Ralsei. Great. Oh. Alright. Ow, that hurt. That hurt. And that's great. And more people are down. Because I ran right, I think I ran into the fish. I'm not sure. Like I said, I have trust. Chris, heal. Yep, and that. Oh! No, I can't act. I need. Be somebody alive. Yep. And a bit. Oh! Really. Yeah. I don't know what these are. Ah, oops, I meant to open this one. I know what this was. Another recipe, yeah. Gonna steal them all, little guy. Makes me feel even better about, or rather, makes me more likely to finish. Every single time. All this. I wish I had more revive mints, but I just... Yeah. I hate to ask, but how much does it do? I mean, I know it doesn't do a whole lot. It doesn't do bad. Technically finding out how that works. And then we can brighten from there. Once we get the fish. Either way, it's fish. I'm just gonna heal. Yeah, that's such a good bit in here. Ow. Okay. Okay. Hey. Alright, I'm gonna accept that Chris is probably gonna die here, and we're gonna unleash. Alright, Ow. Yep. Well, it wasn't Chris that went down. I suppose. Ow. There went Chris. Alright, revive Chris first. Ow. Ah. Yeah, that's great. Alright, if I got anything else I can just use. Let's use another one on Susie as well. It's not gonna be a full heal, but it should be enough to get us through till Rouse comes back. Never mind. Never mind. Grand. Ow. Yay. You know what? We are healing now. Perfect. Ow. Okay, but we did survive. Brighton. Okay, unleash. Attack, attack. Whew. I just got Brighton. I think that I gotta do that for this one. I messed up. I meant to attack. Ah, I meant to attack. Crap. I'm not gonna survive that. Yeah, that's great. But it's still alive. I'll say I need to live. Ow. Ow. Nope, I'll say dead. Too much going on. A power of friendship, what's that on this, huh? I really do need Brighton. I think I would have been okay if I had Brighton here. I don't even know how I survived that one. And that was it. I mean, I am doing what I can, but there's only so much I can do. When I end up getting hit by attacks like all the time because I'm not very good. I think I'm sick. I wonder if the end of the items that you can get is just this. Same. Fair enough. I'm trying not to, but the problem is I need to be able to use... I can't just die either. I mean, look at it. Yeah, we're just gonna attack him again. Like, I can get what I need here. I know it's not a lot of health, but it's a little. To be honest, I probably should have Susie attack when I can. And now it's Susie being attacked. Ow. Yep, and Susie's down. I meant because Susie has the Absorb act, which gives her quite a bit of health back. Instead of me, I was paying attention. It gave her 23 points of health. So, if Susie's alive and Ralphie is not, that's a good way to get her health back up without using an item. That's about 10%. Apparently, I believe it's like 10%. I guess 10% is the max health. I wasn't meaning about like specifically attacking. I mean, what am I supposed to do with the first attack, though, you know? Not much I can do. Just to make a point of it. Not Personally, I think Brighton is better. If I had the Justice Axe, I don't think I would want to do that, but like I said, this is specifically because if... Alright, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna give Chris I'm gonna have... And then I'm also gonna give a Rhapsody to Susie. Altogether, that should give Susie a 80... Yeah, it gave me about 23. And that's what I'm saying. It's not great, but like... I wish I had something like that for everyone else as well. Or else I could definitely use it as well, and then I probably would just like focus on that to some extent. I actually think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give Chris the Scar Elixir. I know it's a bit of a waste. I'm kind of tempted to use Better Heal on... It's so much. We're just gonna heal Ralse. And then we're gonna hope that... Alright, we survived. Unleash, fight, fight. See, she gets 23 health back every time. Unfortunately, she goes down really easy, like everybody else, to this stupid attack. Yeah, I know. And now Chris is down, and Ralse has the worst health. Dot dot dot, yeah! Dot dot dot, indeed. Yeah, that fish cornered me. That's great. That's great. I'm probably gonna die in a second. Yep, there went Ralse. I'm effectively out of items. I could look out. I suppose I could get lucky. Yep. You know. Ow. And Susie's down. And I'm down. Yeah, I'm not very good at this. I can't. When I said this might take the whole stream, I meant it. Just. Alright, so the limit of the items is 5. Or 6, rather, I guess. I don't know if I can use most of them. I do wish I could, like, have extra storage. I believe it. I ended up having to use them on other things. Oh, because the irony is I picked higher defense. Yeah, like I said, I think the first one I don't have a problem with just attacking a little bit. I know, it's only like 150 there, but I mean, I think it makes it more or less violent, right? Hmm? Ow. Like, nope, you don't get that. Alright, I gotta heal when I get out of this. I gotta heal when I get out of this. Survived. Suspicious next. I'm gonna give Ralse a Rhapsody. Yeah. I'm gonna have Susie fight, and then Ralse can just kind of chill. Ow, that hurt. I don't know how I'm gonna avoid that. Perfect. Okay. Alright. Alright, 80%. I don't know what this one is, so I'm brightening up the fish. I could have probably survived, but it's fine. Alright, so let's just do one more. Okay. Ow. Ow. Crap. These guys are the problem. Somehow survived that one. Lovely. I'm gonna give Chris the Rhapsody. I'm gonna have Susie attack. Alright. Okay. Alright, unleash, attack. Just gotta focus, gotta focus. Perfect. Ow, messed up a little bit there. Miss. Alright, it's a 59%. What was your next attack? I think we're almost halfway there. I really kind of feel like I need to brighten, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, heal? Yeah, let's heal this one. Yeah, it was fish. It's fine. Oh, then I forgot. The 3 fish make this next to impossible. Yeah. Man. Brighten. Yes. Okay. Okay. Alright, have a good night. Or a good Taco Bell. Enjoy Taco Bell. Okay, Ralse needs healing. Susie needs to attack. I think Ralse is also gonna give... Do I have anything? So that Susie gets up to full. Alright, because this is, in all honesty, better to not, I think. Oops. Cool. Brighten. Stupid fish. Yeah. Gotta remember to avoid the fish. That's really all there really is to it. Perfect. Okay. Unleash. Fight. Fight. Okay. Perfect. Wait, what? Did we do it? There's no way we did it. Wait, what's it doing? It's regenerating. So what do I gotta do now? Do we attack it? Follow my heart. Well, my heart says that if it has a final attack, I should probably prepare for that, but I'm just gonna say we just do this at this point. It says it's the same no matter what. Oh no, it's definitely got brighten. I'll say, how do we stop it? I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep brightening. It seems we were only damaging its outer shell. Because the inside is intact, the spat will just keep... Wow, it's fully healed. I suppose We just have to keep fighting. Is that Gerson? Why do you give it all given up for? Gerson! You're not out of ideas, are ya? Oh man, I thought you were... Yeah, he's a thinker too. I was looking for a change of scenery. But this is a bit ridiculous. Come on, let's get this one. I love the implication. And the other dark world because he came here. Like... Alright, your soul's shining. A new act has appeared. Duel Buster. I guess for now, do we defend or... You know what, we'll just defend. Your soul shown on the old man and Susie. Nice. Yeah, not bad. They're right. Still, we've only harmed the outside. Then you know what to do, right? Duel Buster. Chris, I got an idea. But, you're gonna have to put your life in my hands. Kinda literally. What am I asking for? We both know I got this, right? Let's go. Susie's idea. Keep defending, man. Nah. Get ducked on. Like... But you know, that makes sense, because, you know, in Undertale, Gerson, he's like, if you ever had to fight me, I would, like, he specifically makes it very clear. He's not hiding from you. He's just choosing not to fight. We did it. Oh man, gone again. Hey Chris, what's the deal with the red heart thing? Is that your... Wait a sec. The old man! Come on, we still gotta talk to him. Chris! Yeah. Well, I mean, he does say that, but he's also like, I could still beat your butt, though. That's what I'm saying. So, I'm inclined to think, and considering especially with the motif, right? It's heavily implication that not just Asgore, but Gerson must have also trained Undyne. Think about it. And in all honesty, her attack patterns are far more in line with Gerson, so... yeah, no, he probably could have totally wiped the floor with us. Let's be real. Chris, you're all right. I can't believe it. It actually worked. We actually defeated a Titan. If we can do that, then... Chris, where's Susie? Ahead. Susie, wait! Like, no duh. Yeah, okay, we can't go back. Where do you think that Susie is? The prophecy, the story, then... No. Susie, stop. And then when all hope is lost for the tale... the final tragedy unveils. Save the world, there's only one way. Susie, don't look! Susie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shut up. The heck are you apologizing for? You're worried about that? Seriously? The stupid prophecy? If something like that would happen, I wouldn't let it happen. Chris wouldn't let it happen. And obviously you wouldn't let it happen. So... why wouldn't you laugh? It's just stupid. So stop crying, Kay. Everything's gonna be alright. Hey, Chris. Let's go seal the fountain, okay? Yeah, it's interesting. There's a heavy implication if you look at it. Susie's different from other monsters. I'd still say I think Susie's going to turn out to be half human, half monster, that some human managed to figure out a way to, if you will, some degenerate. That's where I go with it. I know it's an emotional moment, but that's where I go. Susie, she's really so nice person. How could she be so kind? How? Looks like this chapter reconfirms no, monsters are dust. They do not bleed. Sorry, Chris. I'm sorry, I didn't say the whole prophecy at first. I thought if I said something different, if we could did something different, if they were just kind enough, perhaps by the time we got here, it would change. I don't think that it's shocking. Also, it would also explain she has lower strength or lower magic kind of. When you look at it, yeah, you power her up, but she's definitely more in line with Chris, who is without armor, no magic. And I don't know. I really do just go with. I think that's gonna turn out Susie somehow like half human, and that's part of why she would be part of the prophecy in the first place, because she obviously also can handle determination. Oh, it opens the question also with Undertale. If you think about it, there's a potential that some of the monsters could have, depending. Bradley, he does use magic, I think. You just never see his magic was in line with the book guys in this one, so he definitely does magic. Although, when you consider the concept that in this world humans do interact with monsters on a more potentially regular basis. I didn't say she doesn't, now did I? I said she has a lower magic, it seems to be. But I don't know. Anyway, I just kind of left with I don't think Burley would have been able to necessarily make a fountain on his own. Perhaps by the time we got here, it would change, but no matter what we do, our fate is already decided. Yeah, but so does Chris. And like I said, if you give Chris the right armor, Chris can technically, in theory, use magic. So that's where I kind of go with. I think there's a possibility to it. And like I said, she still would be half monster, because it could be a reference to, like, D&D, the bard that lays a dragon. She's clearly a dragon, based on the text around that certain How to Draw Dragons book. And, yeah. Very decided. Sorry, don't look at me. I don't mean to always make everything about me. Which could also explain... Anyway, what I was saying is more along the lines of I could totally see, especially when we know the part of why the Undertale, spoilers, I guess, here, but the shield around it was made by humans using magic, and the implication being that while it's not necessarily easy, humans can technically learn using the right stuff. It's just that they're more physical. So I could totally see some, like I said, I could totally see some degenerate going, hear me out. But it also could explain her family situation as well, depending. After all, you think of it as she's a being that shouldn't necessarily exist, it would work. It's dark. But let's be real, this whole game has been pretty dark all along, so... Not just the Dark Worlds. You gotta think about me. I'm sorry, everything's okay, Chris. Look, I'm smiling. It's okay not to smile. Yes, Chrissy. I've thought it since episode or since chapter 1, where Susie goes, everybody bleeds, but then the little bunny monster, which if any monsters would be having any blood, asks if it's how it feels to be made of blood. Is it painful? Which means that little bunny monsters, who definitely would, if they had blood, would have blood, don't. So Susie, considering that people bleed, most likely A, would have grown up in a more human towns initially. Otherwise, she wouldn't think everybody bleeds, because obviously that's not the case. And yeah. I think that's also why Toriel would be the one to reach out to her. Toriel's the only one in town that would know anything about how to deal with anyone who's even remotely human. True, we don't know about outside the town. But we know that humans have to exist because the one book on how to raise humans, and the fact that there is a book on how to raise humans infers that monsters have raised humans in the past. Not just Toriel. Toriel's not a unique situation, otherwise the book would not exist and would not have humans on it and in it. But I think that's part of it to me. As I look at it, it's like a lot of things I feel like really, really, really point towards Susie is going to end up being something like that. Maybe she won't, but I just feel like it really kind of fits in with all the other things that kind of have gone in around the whole. And that would also be why she doubles down and triples down on the whole monster act. Do you think that's could even potentially be where, like, in a human town would think of monsters? I know it feels iffy. I just kind of go with, I feel like, considering, like, every chapter has kind of doubled and tripled down on, no, monsters do not bleed. To some extent. And I really do feel like that, because if you look at it, chapter 2, Birdley does not bleed in the Dark World. None of them do. I don't think they do once they get to the overworld either, from what I've understood. So, yeah. The concept that Susie does is really odd. But yeah, I honestly had wondered it from chapter 1, just because it's like... Possibly. But like I said, I mean, the fact... I still go with... When you consider that in Barnes & Noble, the Hear Me Out section exists. It doesn't change the concept that other monsters don't bleed, though. That's where I'm kind of going with it. And have effectively been trickled down on at this point. Considering literally in 2 different places they go... See, the thing is, I'm pretty sure Toby swore it was ketchup. Or, and then, and as a joke, and then it was like, but it wasn't ever certain exactly what it was. People have argued it's determination, some have argued it's blood, some have argued it's just ketchup, because he does carry ketchup in his coat pocket. And if you really want to go there, he's the only one. There you go. To me, I think it's most likely that option, because we do see that he carries it in his jacket via the One Direction. Or it could just simply be that, like, by that point, Frisk is so Frisk, Askar, whoever, right, in that moment controls that knife, is so determined to get a specific answer that they push their own will, their own soul's color onto the wound, preventing it from healing. Good for you. Chris, you... And again, though, it's like, again, you could see Susie was bleeding. She touched Ralphie's cheek there. And yeah, I just don't think most monsters seem to bleed. I'm scared. It's getting harder and harder. Just stand there smiling all the time. Be the one pretending I'm not afraid too. But being with you two, The more I'm with you two, I realize friendship just isn't just about being happy all the time. It's something far, far greater than I could have imagined. I want to believe again. I want to believe it can change, that there isn't just one ending. Fizzy hope, or her naive hope. It's infectious, isn't it, Chris? So till we see fate with our own eyes, let's believe too. Chris, you can go to the fountain now. Susie's waiting. I just go with the concept that otherwise it wouldn't have been brought up again in this chapter in two different places about how monsters are made of dust and magic. I mean, they didn't specify magic, but it's pretty obvious, I think, that it's effectively meant to be the same. I mean, literally, do you see the book in the library? Where it goes, this is a book on monster funerals, and talks about, and it's like, it's so obvious that of course that anybody would know it, so it's the introduction about you take their destiny item and bury it. I have seen that, which I think is nice because that does mean that Chris does like Rouse, I guess, or has the same worries that I do that Rouse is going to turn out to be a Titan. Chris, you were cool when you played the piano earlier. I like that also the implication is, because this makes more sense. No, it's not that we can't play piano, it's that Chris didn't want to play piano or effectively has stage fright. I'm not actually sure which. I know, but then it's on Chris's side. It's not like, because that was one thing that bothered me, because everyone would use the piano thing, and I'd just be like, but that doesn't make any sense, because if you go by that logic, there's people who can play piano who would be playing the character as well, right? Or playing the soul. Only then will the world be saved. I mean, obviously, it's going to turn out to be that, like, either Chris or Susie's supposed to get sacked. Probably Chris. Or Noelle. You know, I bet it's Noelle is supposed to die. Which is why... Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I meant in the previous chapters, whenever you try to play piano... no, to be honest, it's not exactly that. Because Susie specifically turns around and goes, I know, if you can play, play. And again, also, by following the code, we can follow the code when we're in control. It's specifically about playing the piano. So, I don't think so. I do think it's on Chris's side, which also makes sense, because if you've seen the ARG stuff, right? It talks about how Chris would never play in front of anybody else. Noelle only ever got to hear Chris play when she was in a different room, and that he didn't know that she was there and all that. He didn't realize that she was paying attention. So I do think it's on Chris's side, and I do think there is a certain fear. And I'm saying this as a musician, so I do actually kind of understand the concept of not being able to perfect one thing, you know, no matter what you do. Depending, like, especially since Chris seems to be self-taught. Yeah, honestly, I think that the question does still become how much of us is not actually technically at least a piece of Chris versus not. To some extent. I mean, I know it's probably going to go with the whole no, it's going to follow the theorist thing, but at the same time, as I've said, as far as like at least the normal chapters go, like if you don't follow the other route, I do definitely feel like any decision you make is still a decision Chris might make, whether it's a good decision or not. Chris doesn't necessarily want to make those decisions, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that that thought isn't in his head, you know? Which is the thing that's kind of horrible. And even potentially the star as well. Considering even on the normal route, there's certain things that certainly do seem to point towards other people seem to have thought that Chris might be I don't know. I kind of feel like it's the opposite. I mean, there's choices you certainly. No, I know. I was just saying not the weird route. Notice, I didn't say that. There's a difference between liking something and thinking something. Think of it like this. Like for the piano stuff. To say does not like the answer no, right? Or they'll never play again. I've seen that. I let myself see that part because I was like, okay, I've seen that far into the chapter, but I I just hadn't seen the I avoided the end. But I think that doesn't mean that you won't think that. Again, like I said, I actually have played an instrument. I even played piano a little bit at one point. And I think there is a certain level of you'll think, nope, I'm never playing again. It would be confidence or just like, is there any point kind of thing or whatever. Yeah, but that's my point. I'm not saying that he wants to say that. Let me be very, very clear. I'm saying that that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I feel like any decision you can make is a thought in his head. But going with the reaction that he doesn't want doesn't mean that that's not in the head. That's kind of where I go with it, rather than going, oh, uh, we're just picking this decision anyway. I think it's actually interesting as well when you go through. I've seen a little bit about the weird route, um, and all that. But I think it's interesting. Chris is very adamant that he doesn't like hot chocolate. He likes pie, right? But when you consider that, I know somebody managed to hack and find this out. The recommended tea flavor, right? And then the tea flavor for Noel is basically hot chocolate with a little bit of cinnamon. It's supposed to be Chris's favorite. That's the kind of thing I go with. I think that's part of where that starts. I don't think that it's where it goes after that point, but taking the negative aspects that one would perhaps normally reject. To go, nah. Yeah, that's my point. The thing I think he enjoys about the weird route, though, is Noel's giving attention. Like I said, I honestly do think to some extent it's going to turn out. Mm, not that he likes her now necessarily, but that there would have been a crush at one point. That Noel is Chris's favorite, as shown by the tea and everything. Um, and the matching and all that. It's kind of sad, but it's not bad. It makes sense. Best friend, person you've been, whether or not she realizes it or not, the only person who's been your friend. And I do think, though, that that's why Chris doesn't want the soul to know necessarily, because you might act on the decisions that Chris does not want, even if Chris has thought it, considered it. It's dark, but it's kind of where I go with it. I feel like because, in all honesty, even if we go with we're supposed to be someone else, I definitely lean to the concept that we're being forced to be Chris, if that's the case. No matter what, your decisions have to be decisions that Chris would make because Chris basically, or someone else, snagged us and forced us to be Chris, if that's the concept. Um, just because it kind of fits in a heavy, unfortunate kind of way. Yeah. And I think that honestly, it's going to turn out that the one that dragged us here is going to be Chris somehow. Because we still don't know who it was. If it isn't Chris. Or it could be that, as I've said, it could turn out that we are some form of Chris, but we aren't a form of Chris that Chris wants to acknowledge. To some extent as well. I mean, considering it seems like the knight seems to be an undead version of Des, I mean, to be more exact, I don't know if we are or not. I think something that seems to imply that we kind of are still is specifically the egg interactions, right? And specifically the chapter 3 egg interaction, where the man is talking and is like, "You're gonna forget me again." And that's a heavy implication because he's not necessarily talking to Chris or us, but seems to be talking to both of us. Oh, I'm sure, I'm sure. I'm more going with the whole, I feel like. Yeah. Because Chris doesn't want to attack the knight. The knight is clearly Des. I don't think it's Carol. I think it's Des. The only person who seems to be probably dead. Noelle doesn't know that she's dead necessarily. But I think everyone else is kind of in on it. Asgore seems pretty aware that something bad happened to Des. And again, I go back to, I think it's because it's Des. If you think about it, this was probably someone who almost was Chris's sister-in-law. If you look at some of the, again, the outside stuff, the blog talking about how Noelle talking about the adventures and how that's what use Azrael's coat to keep her warm and all that. It's like, yeah. But if you look at it, especially with all the other things, this would be someone who potentially would be viewed as an older sister and potentially even also viewed as the most important brother's girlfriend, right? Even if it wasn't like an older sister vibe anyway. The only person Azrael maybe cared about more than anyone else. Wouldn't you want to try and help her? And especially if the ending can't be changed anyway. Why not? You know? But that's kind of where I end up going with it. I don't necessarily think that I don't know exactly what it's going to go with specifically. It's a bit too in your face to think that it definitely is, oh, we're separate. Completely and totally. Yeah, but as people have pointed out, apparently, the knight hits Chris less painfully than the other two. But no, I definitely go with, I think Des is some form of undead. And I mean, that's the other thing. Dark worlds are the only place that Des could exist in, potentially. If that's the case, wouldn't you want to continue having places where she could exist? Yeah. I never said the Susie thing was a definitive. I'm just saying it fits. But beyond that, I do think Des is going to end up being the knight. I do think it's going to turn out that she's like Gerson. I think Gerson showing up in this chapter is to hint at that, realistically. The concept that in a dark world, someone who is dead can still exist. I do think Carol's in on it too. I think Carol is the one potentially that opened the first two fountains. I don't think that was Chris. And potentially the fourth one. But I think that the Roaring Knight is Des. Because Des is only able to exist within dark worlds. I think that's where it's going to end up going. This chapter made sure you understood the night. I'm kind of waiting for magic to actually exist, and the other thing that Noelle doesn't want to acknowledge is that she killed her sister. Yeah. I do think that's going to end up being something. I think that Noelle may be involved in what happened to Des, but she doesn't want to remember. And I also think that's potentially why it doesn't seem like anybody's using magic in town, even though I feel like there's heavy implications. If everything else is the same, then like magic definitely still exists. Oh yeah, Asgore definitely will be. I'm kind of waiting for it to turn out that Toriel kind of stole Asgore from Carol without anyone knowing. Like at the beginning, like I didn't think that till this chapter, but I'm like, she's way too friendly with Asgore for the not even his friend or anything, and you know, I'm wondering, Carol. Like she either that or it's guilt, but yeah, I'll get it. Go finish. I know, I need to finish, but to me, I think I go with. Hey, Chris, can I tell you a stupid dream I have? No matter what, I let's keep being friends with you and Ralsei. When the sun comes up again, I want tomorrow to be the same as yesterday. And the next day, to be just the same as that. That in the end, we can always go back to the way things were before. Yeah, I do think it's a time loop. You don't have to say anything back, Chris. I know. You're thinking the same thing. Are you? Idiot? Oh, I think Chris is. Susie smile, which seems to defeat everything, shined on in front of you, and for a moment, it was as if all the darkness had been blown away. Oh yeah. But like I said, I don't think Chris still likes Noelle. I think Chris did like Noelle. One thing I do go with. As if an invitation, your soul began to glow. I do think at this point, Chris, like their Hiram protagonist Susie, I'm gonna go there. I think that Chris has liked Susie for a while too. Um, realistically speaking. But I do think that, like I said, it's the whole what did you want, what did you not want, all that. Oof. For real? Not here. Hey, Knight. Chris, was Toriel even? Probably not. Fair enough. Let's just go. Give me a second. Is there anything I can click on here? No. Do it again. No reason to play it now. Oof. Oh, there's a door back here. It's a door. A large person could fit inside. Turn the doorknob. You turn the doorknob. You didn't do anything else. So somebody's in here. Chris doesn't want to acknowledge it. Or there's no one in there, and Chris doesn't want to see that. Fair enough. Actually, I bet it's that second one. I bet that Chris just does not want to see that there's nothing there. To some extent. Smells nice. After the rain. True. We can just wander around town now. Gerson, renowned historian, author, teacher. Oh, you're not gonna say anything now? It's gross though. It's kind of hard to read in the dark. Ah, yes. All the others you can't read, but you can read Gerson's. The bench is what? Right. Huh. So we can walk farther. No closer to opening this thing, huh? Bro, we have to do something. We have to. You stand up, Noelle? Probably. I unfortunately think I gave it to Chris. Don't know if Chris... Let's really think about that. I forgot to go to the ghosts. I'll have to do that later. The door is locked. No one is inside. I mean, obviously the library will be locked up. It's closed. Can we go to school? I know I'm a bad influence. I'm the worst influence. Is the school locked at night? Late. Why don't we just go home? Good question, Susie. Because I'm gonna knock on every door and see if anybody's awake at this hour at night. Even though I know no one is. Close. It's closed. This tape is flimsy and wet. So, I'm betting we're gonna eventually go that direction. Possibly. It's closed. It's closed. Oh, this is so sad. It's a cardboard stand to replace the pizza place while it's closed. Something else more sanitary. Oof. Can we all agree that Crocodile Girl, I can never remember, or Chrissy, I think that's her name, right? Or Kissy? I don't know. Is the worst. Closed. It's quiet inside. Peeking. Yes. Zigzag. Yeah, I already saw this. So this is nothing special, but it's definitely the house. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Oh, is everybody actually asleep? Let's go to your house. Okay, so you do live in this apartment complex, which I think is also where to. Now the question is Susie just having to move from house to house? Did she foster care? I don't know. All I know is that his trace is slowly disappearing. I've wondered if it's gonna... I know people think it's gonna be... It's Deltarune to Undertale. I do still wonder if it is Undertale to Deltarune, and then what's gonna turn out to be the case is that there's just nothing in the house. Knocking might wake somebody up. It's closed. The wet picnic table glistens in the moonlight. Poetic. Let's go sit here a second to see. I know. Nope. Hey. We just sit here. I'm gonna sit here a minute. Fair. I mean, there's not much that... Yes, I do know the song name. You hear that? No. I hear something. Sounds like someone's playing a song out there. You know, on the other side of the lake. So... Whatever Susie hears is what I'm getting someone else to hear. Kind of cool. Yeah, and yes, I do know the song name because I have listened to the soundtrack. I know that's a more replicate, but the thing is, the problem is because it's past tense. Yeah. At least we know where it's raining, that's true. I'll just go sit here a second. Like I said, I still don't know if I completely believe that it'd be Undertale Deltarune. What? I have something on my face or something? Robies shouldn't be here then if Sans came from here. Robies should be... I don't actually agree with that, I don't think. I mean, it would be interesting, but I don't think so. Say what's on your mind, Chris. Huh? I'm talking with your mouth closed. I don't think so. I think it's an interesting idea, but I don't think so. It'd be funny. Yes, we should go. Chris? Well, we can't just sit here forever. Chris, don't howl. Okay. I think that was a nice little interaction. I don't mind. I don't know what's on your mind, Chris. Just say what's on your mind. But you guess you don't wanna. Maybe you like Susie. The back door is blocked. My theory is that it's got whatever's left of Des in it. There's some kind of scratching. They're still awake and hissing and scratching. That's a cat flap, yep. I know, the locked cat flap. It's on a gate, and it's locked. Alright, let's head home. Your mom's van. So, do you mind if I... Chris? Love it. I have not danced jitterbug like this in ages. Well, you aren't bugging me, so jitter away. Why did Mr. Skeleton have anybody to dance with? Because he had nobody to dance with. Good one. Oh, did you totally botch that joke, but I'm dancing with you, so it doesn't make any sense. Are we, interrupting something? Oh, Chris Snoozy. The fact she makes that joke, whether it's here or in Undertale, like whether she wants to make it, that's just like... She has one joke. She has one skeleton joke she thinks of every time. No, you know you're not interrupting anything. We were looking for you at the church and... Sorry, I canceled choir practice today due to the rain. What was so bad and... You went on a date. Chris, Susie, have you met Mr. Sins? Yeah. Oh, Susie, did you want to stay over again? You could just sleep in Asriel's bed. I think I gotta be going, actually. Oh, alright. See you later, honey. I love that it means that, yes, he was asking Toriel out on a date in Chapter 1. That was what he did. Who knows? I mean, Susie, later. Chris, is Susie okay? Yeah. Hey, she'll be fine. I'm sure she'll figure it all out. Meanwhile, let's get back to business. Chris, what about you? You want a party? Chris, party. Board games. And hey, we don't gotta just do disco dancing, kid. We can play some brand new music too. How about we pump up the tunes? Pump the tunes. Chris, where are you going? You're going to bed already? There are pancakes in the fridge if you want them, dear. Hey, honey. Does not want anything to do with that. Just like, that's fine, man. Oh, hello. That's different. Bucket ketchup stands defiantly inside. But sweet, Chris, you should know anything about that. You should probably just go to bed. Like, let me away. Get away. Ah. Ah. Chris, get back at him. Go friend his brother. If Papyrus actually is still alive. I think what's worse, the fact that Chris clearly knew this was absolutely gonna happen. I think that's another thing that points towards there is definitely a time loop. We aren't gonna let that happen. Right? I hate to tell you, but that seems to be a universal definitive. See? Chris. Don't forget, Chris. You promised. And there's the other reason. If there's a promise and Chris feels like Chris has to follow the promise, I absolutely can see that being a thing. But yeah, I think that's kind of where I end up going with it, is it's just... We still don't know if we're definitely separate or not. Probably, maybe more like... But I just go with it's just so obvious, and that's just not something that Toby Fox tends to do, you know? Going with the obvious answer, yes, we're definitely different. I think. I'm sure it will. Well done. Okay. Halfway mark has been attained. Wait, that means that's 8 chapters, not 7 necessarily. But it is still waiting. How much longer now? My Deltarune. Continued in chapter 5. Ooh, next year. Although, do we believe that? Do we believe that it actually comes out next year, or do we think it's going to be at least 2 years? Yeah, I don't believe either. That's not how it went with chapter 2. It's not how it went with chapters 3 and then 4. Although he has been working on chapter 5, so maybe. Maybe. Because he keeps adding things. Makes it fancier. Sparklier. Throws in Easter eggs for theories and stuff. Puts down and mocks certain theorists. well, not mocks, but you know, just to nip certain theories in the bud. Yeah. I don't know if it's actually technically cut content or not, because the Western stuff wasn't removed. Necessarily. Adjusted, maybe, but we still had Western bits. So I don't know. Possibly. I guess it probably was also just like, but does it fit? Does it make sense? Do you really go... Right. Kind of dark, because this makes this make a lot of sense. This is a Titan that they're looking at there. Which means that by the end of this, the game, 23. So in the last week and a bit, we've gone through 23 hours. It probably would have been. Beyond that, I think it has to kind of fit still. And I do think that it probably wouldn't have fit as well as it could have fit. So I'm gonna guess it has more to do with that kind of thing. I'm sure it's available somewhere. There's plenty of places. People raid the files all the time, you know? I mean, he literally sticks information and stuff in there just so people can find it at this point. Because nobody... I know probably one of the channels I watch probably will go over it in depth. At some point. They all gotta milk that content. Who knows if the Chapter 4 will actually come out next year, or Chapter 5 will come out next year. But you gotta love that Gerson indicates that... Yeah, I mean, that's how you know Asgore's next. Really, definitely. But it could still be... it could actually be Noelle's house. Maybe. I think Chapter 5... Or Chapter 4, because while I didn't make it all the way through, I almost made it to the end. I just could not make it all the way to the end, because the controller started wigging me out. It just was like... Nah. I'll give up. For now. Especially since I need to figure out on a different save. Like, I need to check the second save. Fair enough. Well, the question becomes then, though, which route is technically the accurate route? Or rather, the prophesized route. I definitely think it's going to turn out that something's up with Noelle. Just from the way the prophecy is. Because it can't be Rouse, Chris, or Susie because... Well, they're all going, we can't let that happen. Or maybe Toriel. I bet... You know what? I bet that's what it is. I bet something happens to Toriel. Maybe they aren't talking about Sans and Toriel after all. Or she's not talking about that. Maybe she's talking about the prophecy again. We can't let that happen to Toriel again. Or let that happen. I bet that could be it. Her bet is aborted for career drought. Maybe. I would go, though, considering... I just thought of it. I don't think that Susie was talking about Toriel and Sans necessarily. Although I do think that Sans is already aware of the loop here as well, if there is a loop. Possibly. That's entirely possible. But it'd be interesting if what basically it is, and that's the gotcha you don't expect. That it's related to whether Toriel, Asgore, something like that. that we don't, that would not be the thing that's like to see. But yeah, I'm at the point where I'm betting time loop. I'm betting it might not be Chris, it might be Susie that enacts it. Again, I think this is kind of where I go with, I just think she's going to turn out to not be full-on monster. And so can handle determination, but not necessarily well. But time loop, it requires somebody to take over. Because we already know to truly reset and true reset. Well, I think the biggest thing to point towards that is that Undertale was formed out of the thoughts about Deltarune initially, right? But it wasn't really an accurate matchup. So if we assume that's the case, then most likely, if it's not a time loop, then the world gets remade for whatever reason into Undertale. That's the only one I would go with potentially at this point as a potential ending. That Susie somehow causes that. That's also why Susie doesn't seem to exist. Along with some of the other goners, people maybe she doesn't necessarily recognize or know, or never interacted with. Simply cease to exist. As if they were never there in the first place, but the world continues to go on. It could be interesting to go there. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes there. I don't think it would be Chris, like I said. I think it would be Susie. Which is why Gerson's talking to Susie about how would you do the story? How would you change it? I could totally see her somehow causing the world to change. Become undone. Or that somehow this is something else. It's a time loop. Eternally going on and on. But that could also then make it make sense as well, as I've said. I kind of left with Chris already knew that Sans would potentially be on a date with Toriel if you look at it. I do think that one of the two routes is definitely time loop. And then, again, I go with this actually would explain why Chris would be like, nice to see you again to Sans, whether he wants to or not. Like, you gotta be polite. And then it's like, oh yeah, that hasn't happened yet. Time loop. Again, I go with, I know it's like, it doesn't make necessarily sense exactly. Especially if you go, it's Deltarune to Undertale. That doesn't make any sense then, because then it would be... But yeah, no, I think Susie's the one that will cause whatever the big change is, whatever the... The only thing I kind of go with is I do think it's Deltarune second at this point. But that it's like it was one specific loop, potentially. I kind of was inclined to think it would be like the King Papyrus loop, because then it's not the genocide route, which was not supposed to be affected, and it's not a passive route, which was not supposed to be affected. But they never actually specified about the neutral endings, so I had wondered if it was meant to be one of those, which would then explain Papyrus being unwilling to interact with us. After all, we look like we're human, and wouldn't be willing to interact with anyone else as well, because they're all dead. But I don't know at this point. Hopefully. No, I can't do it blindfolded. We'll definitely do it again sometime. Reload my save. I don't know if I want to reload my save at this point. Thank you. I'll do that later after I know for sure, and I don't have to go through all that, because we're gonna leave that one alone. Oh yeah, you mean redo... See, I already gotta go back anyway. I gotta figure out what's going on chapter 2. I will fight and do all that, you know? I know it does. I know it does, but I just kind of... I'm already gonna want to go back probably sometime next year. I tend to do Deltarune for around my birthday anyway, because that's also what the first games I played on the channel were Undertale and Deltarune, so I go back. When I say next year, I mean I'll probably play in about 6 months. The channel anniversary. Just to be clear here. I guess 8 months, but really closer to 7 at this point. Yeah, we're already halfway through the year. When I say next year, I just mean, since I'll probably do it for the anniversary, and then I have to make decisions. I need to figure out what's going on with Chapter 2, because I did beat Spamton, but it definitely doesn't think I've got the crystal for Spamton. So I need to figure out, has it forgotten that I somehow forgot that I beat Spamton on the second file here? And if it has, I'm going to have to go back through, I think, and I'm going to have to reset probably chapter 1, or the top one. Which does make me feel a little bad, but at the same time, you know what? Oh well. Just this once. And then I'll go through and I'll beat Spamton on that one. Because I've already beat Jebel on the 3rd save slot. I'd left Spamton alone because I was like, okay, I've already beat Spamton. Maybe. Or I could probably just look up the code at that point and just see. I wouldn't be surprised if we can do it earlier. Besides, kind of have to actually, I feel like I should interact with Mike once before that point anyway, so I'll probably go back through, like I said. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. And then from there, we can go from chapter 3 onward if I do have Spamton. If not, we'll start over. True. A potential New Game Plus. But yeah, I'm inclined to think to some extent that I think it's going to turn out at this point, potentially, it might actually be post-Geno route, you know? If it is after Undertale. I didn't think that before, but I'm starting to think that that's why Papyrus doesn't seem to exist, even though he clearly, obviously should. And why it sounds like, oh, yeah, sure. And he didn't even mention him in chapter 4 at all, which in theory he shouldn't. Right? So I'm inclined to think there's a potential possibility it's going to turn out that it's just a dusty scarf in there. Yeah, potentially. But I think that's kind of where I'm kind of inclined to think it's going to end up going if it is that way. In a dark, kind of bittersweet kind of way that it's going to turn out Papyrus is probably dead in this run. If that's the case. Don't know if it is or not, but it kind of would fit the themes of everything else here. When you consider, especially chapters 3 and 4 have started leaning even more heavily into, well, what is real? What is, you know? You could like your evil routes. I'm not even talking about evil route versus nut route. I'm just literally talking about, I could totally see, yeah, well, level of violence in this case, but yeah. But yeah, what else love? The girl loves. Which girl loves? What is what is it that the girl gains or has? Is it that she loves, or is it that she kills? Which could indicate Noelle, potentially, but it doesn't necessarily make sense. But yeah, I think that's kind of where I end up going with it, is I think it's going to end up being potentially... I definitely think Gaster, or potentially Papyrus, is the egg guy. I think it's probably Gaster. And I kind of find myself wondering if the eggs are going to have a different route as well than to the weird route and secret bosses. Potentially making a total of 4 endings. Honestly, I think that if it is Gaster that is the egg guy, I just kind of makes him a sad individual who's literally watching everybody go along and he's just like, nobody remembers. Nobody will ever remember me. Not even you will remember me in the end. I mean, that would make that so dark and sad. You know? Yeah, I got the egg. I've gotten the egg from every chapter. Yeah, I know he does. I think through chapter 4. I don't think he did the 5, though. I have to go back and look at that. But yes, where he goes, he says that on Monday, he's at the bake sale. On Tuesday, he... I can't remember. But yeah, I know. I know. On chapter 3. Kind of sad, though. I really do go with, it means that we could be collecting pieces of him and then putting him back into the world. Whoever he is. That could be what the egg is. Yeah. That could be one. But that's kind of something I'm wondering. I'm wondering if the egg is somehow related. Well, fair. Same time, and I know that the Titan can look like Gaster, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Ironically, because the Titans are meant to be mindless beings, right? Not too important, but not too unimportant. Which means they're absolutely going to be super important. Just cause. I don't know. It's either him or it is somehow related to the pirates as well, like I said. Because, well, obviously you can't get the egg every time. If you think of it as every chapter, less and less presents. Possible. As well. I'm not going there. I think instead it's more likely actually a piece of him. But see, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're gathering him to make him. Or you could be, but I mean more like, when you look at the 2 places you can put the egg, right? The first one is in Asgore, and Gaster is the royal... If we assume that it's Gaster, right? But Gaster would have been the first royal scientist. So then, if this is still related to Undertale, that way, then Gaster would be giving... But I told you, I'm coming up with, like, I come up with the weirdest theories and stuff, but this is where I kind of go with it. So, like, Gaster would be the royal scientist. There's also the heavy implication he would have been related to Sans and Papyrus, so the second egg goes to Sans. And then the third egg, we don't actually know. We know the guy took it himself. And then we don't know what the chapter 4 egg is going to do. Or anything. So... that's kind of where I go with... He clearly sort of exists within the world, because you can have a man smiling at you, and then... apparently in the diner, that you'll see the man have a takeout of the egg, leaving, right? So this is kind of where I go with... I think we could be... strengthening his existence, if you will, that way. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's important to the overall story, but it could mean it's important to... some side piece kind of thing. That's kind of where I go with it. I think it's interesting that when you look at the 2 places that you do put the egg, that you hand over, whether it's spiritual or not, the presence. Yeah. Thanks. But yeah, that's fine. I kind of go with that's kind of where I think it's interesting, and that's where I'm kind of interested where the chapter 4 egg is going to end up going, if it goes anywhere. I mean, obviously it has to, and so on and so forth from there on. Again, I kind of go with it's evidence that he's not forgotten, potentially, but especially when you consider chapter 4. I mean, again, it's not even us necessarily, it's potentially Chris that's saying this. But when you're painting the picture and then Chris is trying to paint the picture, and as Chris tries to paint the picture, all that ends up is just darkness and then paints the tree over top. I was like, but there's nothing else there, right? Anyway, I think that's kind of where I go with it, and I'm probably going to finish now because I probably should have like an earlier stream. I think it's interesting. Anyways, what do you guys want me to play tomorrow? But I honestly am kind of interested to see where I'm mostly interested in where the egg plot is gonna go. We can do more Prime. I don't think it's gonna be finished. So there's Metroid Prime that we've been doing. We've got Minecraft plenty. Zelda, merchant mode style. Not very good. Shit right now. Oh, nice day for fishing. We could do nice day for fishing for a change of pace. To just be chill. But we can also do Merchant Prime. That's fine. Fishing. Yeah, nice day for fishing. Did you forget Ultimate we had? Eh. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm not... No, I've been put off it by so many people trying to go, oh, it's canon. It's clearly not. It's a fan game. And then the option of something I'm not even playing. Okay. No, I know it's I'm sure it's fun. Like I said, I've seen too many things that use it, and it's just like, huh. I personally have the opinion that there probably were humans that did live to adulthood before eventually dying one way or another. But, you know. Yeah. Just because, like, I don't know, the concept that there's nobody that just eventually just went back instead of just giving up and accepting death. You know, it doesn't seem to be possible. I don't know. I mean, I guess it kind of is, but you know. Yeah. That's something I kind of was with Undertale even back then, is I kind of was like, but do we know that any humans didn't just go back? The concept that no monster outside of a very few don't know what a human looks like. I feel like that's interference from other monsters. Especially since some monsters are older, we think, of course you're a monster. That's just where I go, I feel like there potentially would be humans that just end up having to live for a while. Maybe they eventually try to go through again for whatever reason, but I don't know. Like, obviously, a man has never actually interacted with a human. Ironically. In Undertale, I mean. Not Deltarune, obviously, but I feel like that's something a lot of people forget. That makes it clear that Undyne had probably been born after the last human. But before she got an anime, she had no idea what humans even were. Alrighty. I don't think it's a knockoff, it's its own thing, let's be fair. Anyway, yeah, that's easy to do. I'm not doing emulators. The pain to figure out how to do them and download them and not get the thing. Wait. Wrong hack? I don't know about that. For you, sure. For me, we have one computer. Penny. One mess up. And poof. Besides, I feel like since I'm actually, you know, to some extent making money off of my streams, it feels kind of wrong to do that. One thing for personal use, but I mean that's a person-to-person basis kind of thing, to be clear. But I don't know. I feel like that's just kind of how I end up feeling, at least. You can disagree with me, but that's kind of where I go. I do get that. I honestly do. I don't completely. I do get it. It's more for the principle of the thing for me. As I've said, it's a decision by person basis. For me, I'm just like, even if technically they wouldn't, at some point they might. You know? Remakes and stuff come out all the time. But like I said, I'm not gonna tell someone else not to do it. It's a personal decision. So that's just kind of how I end up going to. And as I said, I'm not gonna like just. I am inclined to agree. I know. I am aware. Like I said, it's just how I feel. But I just kind of am kind of left with, like I said, I am streaming. I'm not just gonna. Anyway, like I said, it's a person-to-person thing. I'm not gonna tell someone that they can't do it. Okay. I mean, you can. I'm not gonna tell you that you have the. I have died, like I said. Well, that's fair. I gotta finish myself because I decided I was just gonna do a short stream tonight, unless I managed to finish in 5 minutes, which clearly I didn't. I told you, I'm not very good at games. I'm only kind of okay. Pretty sure what it does, in fact, stream. I mean, fair enough. But like I said, that's just how I end up. I suppose I say it because as an artist, you know? For me, I'm like, I don't know how I'd feel. About it, and it just kind of just specifically for me as an artist, specifically, not saying anything about any other artist or whatever. They can have different opinions, but for me, I just kind of go with. For me, I just I don't know. I feel funky about it. I'm sure there's games I probably would be willing to do that for to some extent, but at the same time, I just kind of look at it and I go, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, you can do your own thing. I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna. Yeah, not really gonna care. Am I? I've still got Nice Day for Fishing to finish. We still have Stardew Valley to complete. Ugh. What do I know about that one? You gotta be very careful with your choices, or you will end up with a stream that cannot be played on stream. Anyway, I mean, I have other games too. We still haven't finished going all the way through House Flipper, and then from there, restarting House Flipper, because we were going to do that at some point, and just like try to do more of the buy up your way kind of thing. Remember? Um. Anyway, point being, overall, I still have several games that I am playing slash have. And I mean, beyond that, we still haven't finished going through to get to doing the no teleport run on Tears of the Kingdom. We gotta do that. That's gonna be a pain in the butt and it's gonna take forever. Just cause. No, it's fine. I've got several games, like I said. It may not seem it good necessarily, but as I said, right now I'm kind of going. Got a couple I'm doing. I just can't think of them right now. And beyond that, there's Minecraft. There's a lot of Minecraft that we can do. We have Minecraft that's just plain Java. We have Minecraft that is modded. So yeah. And the update's about to come out, so we're about to want to do the Bedrock run, trying to see how far we can. Um, yeah, that's true. Well, I went through a bunch of demos. There's a bunch of games I want to get that I'm just gonna have to wait for sales on, probably. Because I only have so much money. And I honestly kind of am saving for the Switch too. But do kind of want it. Just personally. You don't have to agree with me or not on it. So yeah. Or or helping pay for a new computer, which we also need. Either way, money not going towards games right now. Too much. But beyond that, yeah, I mean, I know. I have plenty of demos out there. I do go through them. Well, that's fine. As I've said, I'm not going to tell you if you to get it if you don't want it. I could still be interested. Apparently, it runs Here's the Kingdom pretty well. If nothing else, for me, I kind of left with, and obviously the next couple games, which will probably be coming out within the next couple. Yeah, I'd go with a year. I thought you were saying you don't actually want it. Which is fine. As I've said, I don't know. I think for something like this, it's just you don't have to want it. That's kind of more where I'm going with it. You know, I'm interested in it, but I'm interested in the games that'll be either on it or just even some of the ones that are spend the $10 to see how much better it plays. If nothing else, I guess if I get the Switch too, we can always do another run through of Pokemon Violet and Scarlet because apparently it plays way better on the Switch too. This is just have seen on Pokemon channels. Fair enough. As I said, I don't know. It's not even in stores, so it's not like I can buy it anyway. Completely sold out. Just like the Switch one, you know? I mean, I'm sure there's like one random GameStop that they have them because nobody realizes they have them, but other than that. you know. I think that's the thing that I find so crazy is people going, oh, it's gonna fail. I'm like, at least it's not failing. Just because, well, it's sold out. I'm not as interested in the tour guide. That's for tech people. And to be honest, I think that's what Nintendo really went with. They're like, nobody's gonna actually want this. If you really want it, buy it. Otherwise, nobody wants it. I don't think Nintendo necessarily. They just were like, there you go. And like I said, I think that's why it's $10 and it's just not like being pushed. The irony is, if it really was meant to be a scam and not just a, you really want it. I don't think you do, but if you really want it, because otherwise they'd be really, really pushing it, and it wouldn't be $10. I honestly think that they were just like, well, maybe somebody will want it. And then that's also how they got their head around the Switch too. They made a game, and then they're like, well, maybe somebody will want it. It's not even much. Like, look at this. I go with the same thing for the 1-2 Switch thing as well. I mean, in reality, that basically was nothing. And that was $50. That's why I find it insane. 1-2 Switch was $60 out the gate. Just like every other game. So no, that was not free unless you got it with the system. Maybe. And that was only like the first wave of systems. It wasn't actually any other ones. Yeah. True. But I think it's because they knew people will buy the games anyway. The Wii was just such a weird system. It's like, well, nobody will buy the game. And I think that's part of where it ends up going. But I'm not really surprised. Most systems don't actually offer games with them. The Wii having one even back then is kind of weird. Like, if you go back and you look at it, I'm not saying this as a good or bad thing. I'm just saying, interestingly enough, it does provide a good first impression. I don't disagree. And for a system like that, it definitely needed one. I'm just saying overall, I just don't. I'm trying to think of any other system that actually provided like a game. I don't even think the stupid Connect, the Xbox Connect, offered anything. Probably why it failed. I don't know. I do agree, but at the same time, I feel like it's the whole. I just kind of go with you got good, you got bad impressions. I'm not disagreeing. Notice how I'm not like I'm not saying. Notice, but again, like I said, notice how that's just I didn't disagree. In fact, in that case, I literally said the Xbox Connect probably why it failed. So for something like that, Xbox is dying because they're sticking everything on the computer, realistically speaking, and they're just making a computer. That's part of the problem with so many of these is they don't, and that's part of what keeps Nintendo going. Is it's not, it's the exclusives. If you have no exclusives, why should somebody buy your system over somebody else's? Heck, beyond that, why buy not buy just buy the computer in the end? Especially if you can still have the controller support and everything. You know, I think that's kind of where I end up going. Is it's like you definitely have to. No, I don't necessarily. As I said, I was more just going. It's like that's the thing. It's like if you have exclusives, then people might buy it for the exclusives. But if you've got nothing, if you literally stick everything on Steam or on the computer or whatever, and I mean that's part of Xbox's problem. They stick everything on Steam, PlayStation, Nintendo. At this point, if they can stick it somewhere, they put it somewhere because they're relying on the games. But the fact of the matter is, that's not necessarily a good thing to do either. Especially since it does seem like sometimes game studios, once they're bought by Xbox, they just kind of go down in quality. And I don't think it's because, or not by Xbox, but Microsoft. I don't necessarily think it's because Microsoft is pushing things in the way that people like to go, oh, they definitely do that. I think it's because, unfortunately, once you have you have stability, you, yep, that's what I was gonna say. Once you have stability, you don't need to work as hard. You don't need to push for those sales as hard. I honestly think that's the Microsoft problem. If But you're not necessarily rewarded for good work either. So I honestly think it is the loose hands at this point. It just makes more sense to assume it's loose hands and stability. Too loose. Because then nothing can get through because it's like, how do you get through to the system to be like, hey, we want to do this? And they're just like, just do whatever the heck you want. You made it successful. Anyway, I mean, that's just what I think the Minecraft problem at least is. But when you look at most of them, once there's a certain level of stability, they also are required to have a certain image. And then once certain people get pushed out by using a negative image in case. And like if you look at the number of studios where it's like whether or not it was actually true, people got pushed out that just turns out they were probably the people behind the company, right? Keeping it going, successful. And then the new people come out and they don't understand what makes the games, right? The brand, the studio, and it kills the studio. And that's the problem with having to have this clean image, whether or not it's actually clean. And I mean, and then, but the same thing is the same problem with PlayStation. And the irony is they've already declared they're going to be having the $80 games too. I think that's the thing that's most insane. Nintendo said, "Oh, we have one $80 game. We'll see from here." Xbox and like PlayStation, they were just waiting to go. We will also have $80 games, and this is potentially even going to be. It's just like, but your systems. It doesn't make sense for your systems. You know, I think that's the thing that's the most insane to me. They're going to raise the cost of their systems, the current systems that have been out for years, for Xbox and potentially PlayStation 2. And again, it's not even a new system again. The game is just like, oh yeah. EA, the thing is, a lot of if you actually go and you look at like Ubisoft and EA, they were all waiting for GTA to come out and to have that $100 game, so that they could raise the price of everything else to like $100 for GTA because of GTA 6. Yeah, I'm about to finish. I did finish the thing, but we were just sitting and chatting for the moment. Well, EA knows charge lower. Oh, I just finished the game. We were just chit chatting right now. But what I was gonna say is EA knows charge lower and then have 1,000 microtransactions, ads out the wazoo, da 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 da. It's the initial cost. That is the important one there. Mm-hmm. True. But then it's like once you get into the game, ironically, there'll be like 1,000 microtransactions. Whereas the $80 game is actually complete. That's kind of where I'm going. Oh no, I don't disagree. And I think that's just it. Realistically speaking, we'll see where the prices are in like a year. I think that's going to be what's going to be important. Are the games going to stay up at $80, or is it going to be because Mario Kart has been literally sitting on like waiting to go for like a year? The amount of money that's gone into making that and perfecting that, it's just too much. I think that's where I'm going to go with it because everything else is the max of 70, and even then they're still going down to 50 potentially, depending. So I kind of go with I'm going to wait and see on that. And yeah, double gay games to some extent for now. But I think in general, prices are definitely going up. Like, I mean, Deltarune to get all the chapters is $25. It's definitely going to be at least $40, I think, by the end. And since it's the halfway point, and this is the amount of money for this amount of chapters specifically, that means the full game, if you haven't bought it at this point, is probably going to be $50 for Deltarune. Which I think is realistic to look at for just time and everything to go into it. But at the same time, I guarantee people will be freaking out at that point, going, "How can it be $50?" I'm not saying you have to be interested in AAA games. I'm saying the price of games in general are going up, and it's kind of interesting to see and actually look at. I don't think it's just the AAAs. It just feels like it's just the AAAs because the amount that the lower end games are going up is. But I mean, let's be realistic. Like 2 years ago, if you go for a double A game, that would have been $40. Now it's 50. No, that's fine. Again, like I said, I'm just looking at the realistic. I could have sworn Oblivion Remastered was 50, as was the Expedition 30. It was also 50. Maybe it's 40, but it was like 30 to 40. Now it's 40 to 50. That was more my point. It's gone up about $10. If that's the and heck, beyond that, a game that would have been $5 is now $10. A game that would have been $10 is now $20. I was more saying about that. I'm not. It's not a great thing to think about. I was just saying it's overall. It just doesn't feel like it's overall because, well, $10 to $20 isn't as big of a gap feeling as 70 to 80 or 60 to 70. Bigger numbers feel bigger. Either way, it can be a full $10. I don't think that's a bad thing. Notice. I think they probably, but they turned around and they said, well, they didn't have as many. Here's what I'm gonna say. I think if they had more people, they would under them. They probably would have ended up having to do a higher price because you have to be able to pay wages and stuff, right? Part of why they were able to get it down to where it is the just the lack of people. No, I do agree. I was just saying, like, I was just thinking of several games in general. I think Reaper would have ended up being a $5 game about two, yeah, still 4 years ago. But now it's a $10 game. It's not bad. It's understandable. You got to be able to make your money back. And as far as AAA companies are concerned, I can see where they'd be like, when you start looking online and you see all the people talking about how they're just gonna pirate it, and that people should just pirate. Yep, that also will inevitably cause a shift in price that nobody wants. And I mean, I just find myself thinking, you can pirate, just don't go out and say to the world, I'm going to pirate all the games anyway. It doesn't matter what they do. Because then, yeah, prices will slowly start going up. Because they'll start seeing more and more people and they'll be taking that into account. And less people is better overall. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying it's one of the many, many things that can cause the price of a game. It's mostly people. You have to be able to pay people a living wage. You can't, well, you can't have them that they can't succeed at making the game. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I was just more saying that's just one of the many things I think has affected in more of the triple game area, the prices. Maybe specifically mostly Nintendo, but just other places as well where I'm like, everywhere. I think the fact that I've seen on so many videos where it's like, whether it's true or not, people are going, well, if buying isn't toning, then pirating isn't stealing. And I'm just like, but that's what's going to affect the prices most. And I think that's fine. I'm not disagreeing. I'm more saying it's just this whole. You can feel a certain way, but I feel like it honestly is what hurts things the most. I mean, heck, also the Switch 2. All the things they added were things people kept pushing for on every like comment section I would see, and I was just like, wow, they literally did exactly what every single one of these people asked for. And now these people are going, but 450 is too expensive for a console. It's not even the games anymore. It's the console's too expensive. And it's like, but the console for what it is that price. In fact, it might not even be. I don't know. I think that's kind of where I end up feeling about it. Is yeah, the Switch 2 didn't have to be as powerful. They didn't have to put as much things into it. But they tried to do it because all these people kept saying that's what they wanted. And then, well, I mean, you get what you want, and then if you don't like it, I kind of go with, and yeah, that kind of fair enough. But you weren't the unfortunately vocal majority. The vocal majority only cared about FPS and that it would have the ability to have 4K graphics potentially, and that just like I just kind of go whether or not it because I do feel like yeah the game it's a bit Mario Kart World expensive yes I will go there but I just feel like but the console it's what they asked for yeah people are buying it all I was saying is it's like you can't ask for everything and then expect for it to also not like just be able to do everything else that you've decided would obviously be the as well. And heck, I mean, if you went back 2 years ago, before or maybe not even 2 years ago, before the OLED existed, right? When they announced the Switch OLED, I remember people were throwing a fit that it wasn't this other screen that is now on the Switch 2. That now people are going, but it should have been an OLED. And I'm like, they literally probably switched the screen because you guys kept saying OLEDs are no good. And now, I don't know. Yeah, I was like, I'm not shocked. Most systems, heck, computers are like that until you have the ability to set it up. So they didn't put out the ability to set it up in advance for the original copies. Gasp. Hey, you can wait. That's fine. I'm not telling you not to. I was more just talking about how it's like this online talk I see everywhere. I'm just like, I no longer even, because I was originally looking out because it was just interesting to see. And then I just at the end, like, here, I'm like, I don't even want to click on it because it's always just like something stupid. And I'm just like, and heck, you'll even have people in the comments going, but this has been a thing, not just for Nintendo, but in general for years. And I'm just like, yeah, super weird. I don't even, like, I don't know. I mean, it's part of what it's just like I'm not necessarily. I wasn't even necessarily gonna think originally day one kind of thing, but like after a certain point, it's like I mean, I don't know. The whole, it's like you can't go anywhere without it just being negative, negative, negative. I don't know. It's just the same system. It's like, but no, it's not. And as I've said, you can have differing opinions. That's not. It's just at this point where I'm kind of left with where I'm like, I followed what people were at, like just in general, because I tend to like to see as a streamer potentials of where the tech and all that goes, and it's just like it's everything they asked for. No, I never used the kickstand, so I had no idea. I know it wasn't supposed to be all that great. I was more saying about the whole, like, in general, the discourse. And that's fine. To be honest, the big thing to me is I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just kind of left with it's like literally you go through this, and I think that's part of why they made the game in the first place to say, look, it literally is everything. But then didn't think any of these people would actually buy it or take it. I mean, thinking like this: if instead of releasing it as a $10 game, they had that be the game that goes with the Switch, right? Think of how much people would have thrown fits about that. You know, that's the free game. That's it. Fair enough. I'm more just like I actually, considering some of the games I'm supposed to play way better, and I'm saying this from I'm not getting Mario Kart. To me, the only thing I would even think about doing is upgrading like Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom because it's supposed to look really good, and that's coming from Zelda tubers. So I mean, this isn't even like this is just them like it's crazy good. I'm being excited. So I mean, other than that, though, I'm just kind of like I'm interested in the. Oh yeah, no, I know. I don't disagree. I was just saying it's just kind of annoying to just go, okay, well, what is the problem with the Switch? Too. So like actually being interested in going, okay, so what reason? Oh, so because you got a copy that most likely that you were not supposed to get, it's a brick because it's not out yet. It's not even really a brick. It can still play games apparently. No, no, no. You just can't connect to the eShop. It's like things like that where it's like, I just want to know what actual problems are there. You know, knowing, yeah, no, it's not even that it's always online. It just needed a quick system update to be able to do that. Literally, they just had a so that people couldn't um leak the system and things on the system day one or before day one even. That was literally just it. Just a quick protection. It was just like it's not even shocking. The Wii had that. I mean, if you really want to go there. Yep. I think that's the thing I go with. People flipping out. There's some of the games aren't on cart. Like these games were never on cartridge or disc. Nintendo just forced the companies to have to admit it. It doesn't mean that they were on the like on the things anyway, right? It doesn't mean it was actually physical originally. It just means that now you know it's not physical. It's not fully physical. You have to download part of it. I think that's actually a good thing. But somehow that's spun into a negative thing. No, I don't disagree. But the fact is, it doesn't change the fact Nintendo does make sure their stuff is always all on cartridge and that you don't need to do any downloading or upgrading or updating or anything. Heck, apparently Cyberpunk 77 is all on cartridge, which I mean, that in itself is just like, How did they do that? But point being, I think it's fair for Nintendo to say, see, the thing is, on PC, you definitely don't own those games. Steam has made it specifically clear. If you actually go through their stuff, if a company does decide to take the games off Steam, you can lose your games. Remember the Ubisoft issue with the Assassin's Creed, where the Ubisoft had to back out at some point and basically be like, no, 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 never mind. But they absolutely had removed the games. You do not own your games on Steam or the PC. And yes, you can pirate the game, but me, that's where I look at it and I go, I don't know. I don't feel like it's actually like I know you can sail the seven seas or whatever, right? I'm being clear. But to me, I just look at it as it's like you can't completely claim. I find it so weird that the people who threw such huge fits that it might be still digital are the same people who then are going buy a PC. Oh yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, like I said, it's interesting that that the Nintendo's still keeping their games on cart. They are not like making you download stuff. So it's like, yes, you own your copy of Tears of the Kingdom. Yes, you own your copy of Mario Kart World. I think that's the yeah, that's the real answer. That and that's where I go with. That's how that affects price. But is it truly real ownership? Eventually, I'm gonna be honest. Eventually, there's gonna definitely be a case for it getting taken down if you're not careful. Just look at the user situation. I go with it. They were definitely the most stupid. And then people who were throwing fits about it, they're like, even though it was a current system, and they were literally making sure people could really play the games early. Yes, you had to download the ROM hex, the ROM separately. That's fair. I'm just saying there's ways to handle it, and I'm kind of left with that. And heck, uh, considering so many people go on and on about how you can just, with specifically Nintendo, this is a thing. You can you can literally move your games off system and keep them. And that's part of how they end up having emulators, having the games so quickly. I just like, so literally the only system where you can own your game, basically. Even if it's just downloading it, right? Whether it's completely, like, leave me or not. I don't know. And I think that's fine. I was more just saying, to me, I'm left with getting upset that there's no physical games, right? Even though there are physical games that can be fully physical. And then basically their argument is that you can get Steam, which there is no physical version of the Steam game. Unless you go through something like Fangamer. Like, I own my copy of Undertale. No matter what, I can't have my Switch copy taken because I bought the physical copy from Fangamer. Woot. And it definitely is no downloading there, so. But that's kind of where I ended up going. I like, but if you have it on Undertale, or if you had, like, for example, again, going back to Undertale, if Steam was to go down and they don't have time to send out the keys or whatever, right? To be like doing all that people swear that they've said they'll do. You have no games. You will not have that game after that point because you have to sign into to you have to manage to sign into Steam to be able to play that game. And if Steam no longer exists, yeah. I think that's kind of where I end up going. Oh no, I do agree. Except it's not cheaper. I mean, this is the irony. I think is the craziest irony of it all. Be able to, true, you might not need to pay for it online. Think of it like this: buy a computer that can play most of the games that you would get on your consoles, right? Oftentimes, you still need to pay around at least $1,000. No, I'm not saying like that. Sometimes you can get it for less, but oftentimes, especially if you want to play higher end games, you need to pay at least 1,000, and that's only if you can get the right chips and things. If you cannot find them, like right now, there is clearly a bit of a chip shortage. I have looked because we were looking at needing to get potentially getting a new computer, right? Right now, the only computers you can get, pretty much, are around $3,000 to $5,000 if you want a proper gaming computer. Maybe it's changed in the last week. I could be wrong, but the last time I checked, which was about a week ago, nobody had chips. Nobody had the graphics card kits. I didn't say you want to do it, but I was saying for a higher end game where you want to have that graphics chip and all that, right? Maybe it's changed. Maybe they finally have more stock in. If they have the stock, that's the problem. If they do not have stock of that, then you cannot get that. That's where I'm going from. I went through so many different places just to try and see, but nobody had any of the lower quality ones because nobody could get them. Because basically, Nvidia and the other company and all that, they were just trying to get their most recent one. I'm not disagreeing. In America, right now, or at least to be more exact, with that 2 weeks ago, right? Unless you were managed to find one that was on clearance, if you went to try and get a new one, the problem was nobody had any stock. So therefore, I meant the online stores, Kenny. They had no stock except for the they either had the A30K Nvidia or the equivalent for the other one. I can remember the name. Yes, online stores did not have, like, if you were lucky, they might have had the like a 30K or 30 series and the equivalent, maybe, but nobody had anything else. So you either could get that if you got lucky, and this was online, or you had to go all the way to the most newest version because they had nothing in between because there were no chips. Apparently, due to all, and I mean, I looked stuff up. Apparently, AI stuff, right, is basically the cause. Because of all these places trying to make AI stuff, all the chips are basically being bought there. So they're trying to. I'm not even saying the newest. I didn't want the newest parts. I wanted to try and find equivalent to what we currently have. Right? We have, I think, a 3060. That's what I was looking for. Couldn't find that either, really. Just equivalent. They didn't exist. And the few places that they were there, they were the exact same price it was when we got them. So that's more where I was going with it. It's not so much that you have to be able to find the parts. So you need to be where you can find the parts, and it's not one of the. Yeah, AI is the problem. You cannot get certain parts. They hopefully they were basically. I never said it has to be the newest parts, now did I? I was saying even for older parts. I was looking. I found like maybe one computer that had a 3050 NVIDIA. I couldn't find anything for the other type. And again, like I said, they were hoping that I know that several of the companies were hoping they'd be able to have chips again by the midsummer. But basically, they're right now just focused on getting out their new one, right? So they aren't focused as much as getting the other ones out. So unless you're buying the parts separate, and you have to buy them at the price that they were when you originally got them right now, because there's that error. Ooh, that's more my point. And with the fact that they're pushing more and more AI to be blah, 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 that means it's going to become even. Notice, I don't know if you're listening to what I'm saying. My point was cheapest is 1,000 when you get lucky. For a pre-built, when they have the parts. When they don't have the pieces, and especially not that most expensive graphics card, and so they're only offering basically the super deluxe version because that's what they've got, that's when the price goes up. I'm not saying on its own. Let me be clear. Normally, yeah. No, normally it would be lower if you can get your hands on it. But the lower is still over 1,000. And that's a bit of an entry. I don't know how to explain it any other way other than I tried, I looked, I was. And literally the only ones they had, like on several of the sites, if they had something that was lower, was the ones that had 1 star because they break so often. And I wish I was kidding. Um, yeah, that's more my point. Having had to do the research recently, because the stupid fan of the computer that is most likely going to die soon, right? Well, not soon, but probably within like the next couple months, is the one for the power source. And of course, because of the computer we have, we can't just take that out and replace it. Yeah, yeah. Except I'm just a small little streamer. They aren't gonna look at me. I don't even got 4. They're gonna be like, you don't even have like 1,000 followers or whatever. My point was more along the lines of considering something like that can cause that kind of thing. If you get lucky, you can if you can sneak in there, kind of thing, right? And I'm serious. I really and truly, if I hadn't, I would be going. Yeah, you can get one for around $1,100. Sure. It's only because I've done so much research, and unless it's like I said, unless things changed majorly within the last week to 2 weeks max, it's still like that. And for me, I'm just like, are you kidding me? Because like I said, I just wanted equivalent. I didn't even want to find like just to try and see if I even tried to look for slightly worse. Even then, it mostly didn't. Sure. My point was more along the lines of if something like that happens and the price skyrockets for a computer, right? There's no, because the fact is you can only do so much. Anyway, that was more my point. It comes off as no, I'm fine. I'm fine. We'll figure it out eventually. I'll just, like I said, I don't need a GPU. I need the rest of the computer. Because the stupid raw computer apparently, the way that it's configured, you have to take the whole computer apart just to get that one fan. For some reason. It would be fine otherwise. And it'll be fine for a long time. Still, probably. It could just be that it needs oil or something, and so it's just noisy. Probably is. But I mean, obviously, it'll eventually fail. There's nothing we can do about it. Can't. Again, you have to take a whole computer apart to do that. Welcome, Cronit. Yes, we cleaned it. Except for the one fan we cannot get to because literally to get to that fan, which is the problem fan, you have to take out everything including the motherboard. Apparently. Did some research online to try and figure it out, to try and see if we could. That is how that works. Don't exactly want to do that. So we're just putting up with noisy fan. It's fine. It should be fine for a while. Temperature is maintaining and everything, so it's just noisy. Everything else cleaned out and works just fine. Talking about the prices of computers. I was just stating I've looked recently, and unless it's changed in like the last couple weeks. Yeah, if finding that out. Does not make one want to get another Republic of Gaming computer. That's for sure. And that's just their design apparently. That's how they do it. So, yeah. Cuz basically, like I said, it's the fan. No, I've not built one. I know you can buy the pieces and all that slowly but surely, but no, I've not built one currently. We just kind of pre-built one a couple years ago. I mean, to be fair, I mean it survived like 3 years, but constant use. I mean, constant. But anyway, all I was really saying was more along the lines of it's just like, so having looked at that, all that has to happen is one chip shortage, and then first it was over the stupid NFT bros, and now it's the AI bros causing this. Literally. Probably the same people too, basically. You know, that's gotta be the thing that's gotta be the most annoying thing for these companies, you know? They're like, finally, we're gonna release a new chip, da 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 da, and then literally right at that moment, some stupid trend comes in, and then there's just like, I mean, yeah, they're making their money, but at the same time, they're probably like, are you kidding me? Now? You're just gonna do this to us now? Again? You know? Like, if I was them, I'd feel frustrated. Just because it's like, that can kind of destroy people who have brand loyalty. After all, yeah. Like, yeah, they get to make that quick money, but at the same time, yeah. Oh, yeah. They definitely are. Just like with the NFT and the Bitcoin and all that as well. They buy the cryptocurrency. They get the it's like, I think it's like every single time there's new, like they come up with a new stupid thing to do. You know, I think that's the thing I've noticed the most. Like the chip companies start getting ready to, and they start announcing that they're going to be releasing it soon. And then these guys, they just come up with a new scheme. The tech bros. Well, I do partially blame it on the market, but at the same time, there's only so much you can do. I kind of think that's where I go with it's like the concept that they come up with a new thing every single time to be like, hey, like they see that they're. I honestly think it's probably though they see like how do I put this? Like they're already probably doing something, but then they see, well, yeah, because after all, every single time. I honestly think to some extent, and it's not just Nvidia; it's the other company too. The I don't remember what they're called, the MSI brand. That they're one too. Those guys are just. I mean, it's the same thing. I honestly think probably what it is they see the marketing for like the new chip coming out and all that, and then whatever things are going around, then they go, "Oh, we could use this to get in on this," and it's just like every single time. I would think that it was a marketing ploy, except for the fact that like literally like the company comes out, they're apologizing, they're going, "We're trying, we're hoping we'll have more." It's just like, yeah. And the thing is, like this time it wasn't even the tech bros. It was these companies that are trying to make their own AI, right? So they ended up like I mean, it's a lot harder to say no to like Microsoft, for example, you know? You can say no to tech bros, but how do you say no to your to basically that which uh yeah. Yeah, I know, we're just chit chatting. But I mean that was the thing that I saw when I looked it up with the articles because I was curious. Because all these companies decided they wanted to form their own AI, they then needed the chips. Da, 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 da. It's just like, so you sell them, you probably think, oh, they're gonna add them to computers and stuff, and then it's just like, nope, AI. Gotta feel frustrating. It's a lot harder to say no because it's like they can just completely blacklist you as well, depending. And all that, for example, Microsoft would have to do is make sure their programming doesn't work with NVIDIA or in MSI. And all of a sudden, well, yeah. I honestly would not be surprised if it was things like that because it just apparently, again, from the articles I could find about it, because I was just trying to figure out what the heck is even going on. That it's like nowhere. And I don't know. Could be wrong. Could be totally wrong. Could be just giving them the benefit of the doubt, but I mean, it's a lot harder to say no to that. I think the irony is that before even anyone else, Apple already had an AI. It's just like, why are you making a new one? You know? I mean, that's where I was left with. I was like, what is Siri? Siri's been around, I think, longer than anything else. Uh, yep. I don't know. Siri kind of worked like that. I'm just saying, they already had their basis. It's weird that they wanted to make a new one. Think of it. Wouldn't it be a lot easier to retrofit Siri than to, like, you know? I don't know. I don't really feel like it. Like some of them, yeah, I do agree, but I feel like the Siri one kind of. Like, actually, no, I don't disagree. Really agree. I feel like they had all you got to do is kind of adjust some of the programming, and then voila. If you really think about it, or add more databases that Siri can come from. That's all you really would have to do. Yep. Oh, I do agree. I'm just saying. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying is just Siri, have Siri still do what Siri does, and I think it would have been fine. Um, Honestly, I think that's really where I end up going with it is like you have your basis, just update it a bit. And in all honesty, I think a more controlled AI is better than for something like that if you are trying to be something that's. Yeah. AI, it can never truly form its own, you know? It has to work off something, and after a certain point, the servers fill up and it's going to start working off itself. And thus, yeah, it can't ever truly, because in the end, there's only so much server space you can give it, you know? So much storage. To be honest, I liked the AI that was before the current AI stuff, you know, where it basically would just take like a very limited amount of things and would form it off of the images that it would kind of have. I thought those were cool, you know? Not really. Especially considering now there's so many artists that just artifact their work, which kind of kills AI. I know that a lot of AI bros swear it doesn't, but it did clearly do it. Um, because computers can't register it really, which makes sense. Um, just all the different layers and stuff. And probably because, well, here's the thing, Gemini has probably been given more storage space, but like I said, the problem is once you run out of storage space, it can't get more, you know? Once it fills up, it really can't fill more. Yes, it can be more efficient, but eventually it still fills up. Think of it like this. Let's say you have a box and you want to fill it with items, right? You can pack it more efficiently in there, right? But eventually, even if you pack it the most efficiently that you can't cram everything in there. Not in the end. There's only so far you can go with it. Especially, yep. And the thing is, the more that you cram into it, the less it can remember. Yeah, exactly. There will always be this theoretical, and not even theoretical, it's just like actual stopgap. The cup will always never be able to hold more than it does. Yes, it can improve, but it can only improve so far. In the end, here's what I would say, because it has no physical, um, just, it can never have things that are in other places. Yeah, like I said, there's only so far it can go. The reality is, eventually it fills up. Eventually, it will start just going back over what it already has. And yeah, the hallucinating, the everything. And heck, I mean, the fact that it's like if it's picking up art from random places, it's gonna get poisoned. You know? Yeah, but we thought the same thing about other technology as well. But eventually you hit a stopgap. You can't really perfect upon. I mean, think of it like this. Like, I do agree the future is unpredictable. I'm not saying space-wise. You can only do so much with the amount of space you have. Even if you have the most efficient code or whatever. I mean, this is part of the thing. This is part of why. But then you also need certain materials. After a certain point, if you don't have the materials, yeah. If you think about it, computers have kind of, in a lot of ways, hit their limit. Let's use the GPU for example. The NVIDIA, a lot of people agree, the 50 series NVIDIA chip, right? From what I've seen, there is no clear improvement upon the 40 series. And there probably never will be. Even if you can improve it technically, there will be no visual difference because you just cannot get farther than that. At the end of the day, there's only so far it can go with what it has, and how far it can go with what we can perceive as well. Heck, a phone has had no true changes really in about, I'd say, 10 years. Sure, maybe the amount of storage it can have has gone up, but realistically speaking, a smartphone's been a smartphone. It's not really changed. Maybe you can have a slightly better camera. I'm just using the examples of actual tech that already exists. I think that's where I would go with it. The actual tech that already exists, how far it's been pushed and everything. Sure, you technically have a self-driving car in a Tesla. You still need a person to be getting inputs. It's not truly self-driving. No, it's not creativity. It's just like I said. There's only so much. Well, fusion energy is a very iffy anyway. One of those things where it's like maybe you don't want to do that. Because the but that's where they push it towards because it's like well, clearly that will but it's just like yeah, it's unstable and the ramifications of if it fails is yeah. Yeah, to some extent. My point was more along the lines of there's only so far you can actually push something. You can't ever truly account for everything. It would need too much. But I'm just saying, with the case of something like AI, you have, yes, you have the ability to continuously make improvements upon the coding side, but the problem isn't on the. I'm just saying the problem for the AI, the end result, why it's capped, isn't on the digital side, it's on the physical side. You can only make so much. You can only make so much space. There's only so many resources, if you will. So yeah, I think that's kind of where I go with it. I don't think it's on its own the AI. Sure, AI can continue to be made and da 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 whatever, but to some extent. But see, that still just goes off fed information. At the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily. Yeah. And the thing is, all that has to be required is one person feeds misinformation to the computer, to the AI, and then you get devastating results. It is a very, very bad idea. I think one of the things to really look at is, I mean, the fact is, people have had imaginations about these kinds of things for years, centuries even. Heck, to some extent, even before the idea of a car was really well, was, how do I put this? The knowledge of it would be like farther reaching, if you will. Heck. I mean, if you really want to go with where's the how does technology exist, evolved, da da da? And how far back has it actually been since it was first created? A good example is actually potentially the submarine. Do you know when the first submarine was created? Not like nuclear or anything, but the first submarine. Yeah. So that's kind of where I end up going with. You want to know, by the way, it's highly debated, but there's a high chance it was highly debated on whether it was the Civil War or the Revolutionary War. That was when a submarine first came into existence. There's actually proof of well, they may not have actually made it, but there was blueprints made of a device that would have been excelled. It wouldn't have worked. It obviously didn't. I think that's kind of where I look at. That is, yep, you have diving bells, exactly. But I'm just saying for like a full on, it can be maneuvered around and everything. The first one, that was potentially over 250 years old, right? I believe. I think, if I remember correctly. I haven't done the assignment. This was something I did for a school assignment. This is part of what I know. It was very interesting to learn about. But well, yes, they've made improvements in the initial idea and design, and the fact of the matter is, written about. One of the first places you can find the concept of a submarine really being written about is a book called 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea. And it describes a nuclear sub, basically, by H.G. Wells. So, while even if you have an understanding, even if you have an idea, it doesn't mean that it's going to succeed in getting there quickly, even if you feel like it. Because the reality is, until you have the technology for it, you can never, you cannot move forward past that. Sure, you can perfect things like the software side. That's kind of where I'm going with this, by the way. The first idea of human flight, yeah. You can go back to Da Vinci for that one. Just for finding records of the concept even. And that is only for known records. Most likely there probably would have been others, but obviously the fire of Alexandria kinda put kibosh, if you will. You can go back. Yeah. Yes, that's true. Even put into practice. I was just saying, before even practice or anything, if you want to go back to the idea, so you have the tech though, you cannot do. You know, that was more my point. There's a wall until you can get to that next step. Until you have that next step, well, you cannot keep moving it forward. So that's more where I was going with the AI thing. I think honestly, that's kind of where it's improving upon itself. It's improving upon itself, but in reality, it's really not. Like if you look at the, I think a good example is those most recent the Miyazaki style AI art, right? The thing is, you can see exactly where each one of those originally was taken from. Like you can tell which stills if you pay attention from the original movies. That's kind of a step backwards, not a step forward. Um, and that as well. You cannot create new scenes. Mostly just recolors, adds a little bit extra hair or whatever. Or either takes a hairstyle from a different character and then puts it on another character. Changes the hair color. That's about it. So I find it kind of crazy. I mean, this is the thing to me. I'm like, it really didn't do anything new. It didn't add. You can tell. It's got better at recoloring things, I guess. That's about it. Yeah. I don't know why you're talking about it. We only got there because I was saying the problem with getting the computer chips right now is the AI. It's just one of the many things. And then somehow we ended up on AI as a conversation instead of just. I think the other thing is the problem with AI is it makes other things that aren't necessarily AI become looked at in a different way as well. A good example is at what point is someone going to try and to claim that a composite voice is just the same as an AI voice, right? Even though there are several differences. Composite voices, for one, being made of several different voices to make an average, whereas, and typically very digital, such as Hatsune Miku, versus an AI voice, which will take samples of one person to form something that sounds like that one person. I'm on the side of I don't feel like AI is going to really make it's going to be this. It's just the big thing of the moment. They'll find something else they'll be super excited about next year. I give it another 2 years. The crypto stuff. I mean, you'll have a few people, but just like the crypto stuff, just like the NFTs, overall, the tech bros are going to move on. And overall, companies will slowly hide that they ever had anything to do with it. I think that's honestly probably where it's going to go. Just because this is how every single other one of those has been. I feel like I think even before cryptocurrencies there was something like that before that, and even then, literally, it's like, oh no, we don't have nothing to do with that. It's just yeah, it's mostly being done because it's considered. I more mean the current concept of cryptocurrencies. I think there was a difference between the initial Bitcoin kind of thing, not just Bitcoin, the others as well, but I just kind of go with I look at those things, and the reality is, I honestly do think that just like with those things, it's probably just going to kind of become because in reality, I'm trying to figure out how to put this because I'm not like trying to. I'm just saying the reality of it is just what's this? Yeah, exactly. It's usually just a get rich scheme and a taboo. Once it becomes taboo, these tech pros get super into it. AI is just currently taboo because a lot of artists do not like the fact that it steals their work. And I think that's fair to the artist to be like, you don't get to take my art just because I put it online and then use it to make your own stuff that's fit. Not that is just it's mine. You know? Nah, they don't. If you look at it, NFTs in of itself, the initial concept was simply a way for artists. And this is the thing I find so ironic because this is the second time this has happened. You know? So NFTs, if you go back and you actually look at it, they started out as a way for artists to be able to for their digital for if they had artwork that was digital, be able to claim this is their art, you know? That's where it started. And then the NFT tech bros came in and started using it for their own purposes. As it became more and more taboo, they became more and more insistent upon it. When the actual artists at that point left and were like, nah, I don't no, that's not what I yeah. Yep, exactly. And the AI not only does it take 10 can make 10 in a minute, it takes 10 in a minute out of what is potentially their own work. I think that's fair for the artist to go, if I don't want you to use my art, you should not be allowed to use my art to do this. This is no longer inspiration at that point. There's a difference. And I would actually even go here. There's even a difference between tracing and this, because with tracing, you still have to put in some actual artwork. You don't just stick it into a computer and be like, ta da, I have your work. And I can make it look exactly how I want. But not really. It's still within those. Uh, which, like I said, is part of the problem with the Miyazaki AI stuff. You can literally see where it comes from because it all just well, it just uses the what already exists. It doesn't make its own thing. It doesn't have its own places and standing and all that. ironically. And I think that's kind of where I feel like it's going to end up going. At some point, it's just going to end up being that most people just don't care, and at that point, they'll move on to their new thing. Yeah, they just are like, well, I think the biggest thing is it's also just the whole. Yeah, it's like there's artists who have given their permission to let their art, their voice or whatever be used, right? If you just use those people, I don't think it's a problem. Or, in the case of some artists, just using it as a I'll go here. You can use it as a basis. You can change it up yourself, but making it the finished product is kind of it gets to the line of iffy. It's no longer it's not your work. I can see where it's good. I can see where it's bad. I can see where places might want to use it. I also don't think it's going to be used very often after a certain point because it's just too expensive to use. That's the other thing. After a certain point, NFTs became too expensive to make and everything. I do think it's going to be the same with AI. The fact is, you need a certain amount of server space and everything. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. But I'm just going here. I think that much like with the everything else, part of where it really is going to end up going, and part of why I think it's just going to kind of get killed at the end is just price. After a certain point, people are not going to be able to afford it. You know, it's already apparently where if you really want to use a good AI, you need to do $30 a month, right? And I think that's the thing. That's gonna what really kills it. If the amount of money you make is less than the amount of money that you spend, after a certain point, it's no longer worth it. This is part of why I also don't think that most companies were thinking even partially about the AI voices or anything until or actors even until the actors started throwing fits about it. Yeah, the copy the work thing too, but I'm just saying think of it like this. If you want to continuously be able to do something, you need to have the server space for it. Server space is not cheap. Actually, it can be quite expensive. The more server space you must use, the more expensive it becomes to use it. Over time, you're eventually going to hit a point where it's just too expensive. That's fine. Like I said, like if you choose to do it, I think that's fine. If that voice gets used, I honestly don't think I don't have as much problem. Like the people who have the problem with, for example, the AI Vader thing, right? Where apparently James Earl Jones handed over his voice specifically and said you can do that. The family also gave their blessing. Da, 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 da. I think in that case, the Fortnite Vader voice is okay. Everyone gave their permission to use it because they wanted it to still sound like Vader. And to me, I think I'm okay with something like that. But if it's something where this was not agreed upon, I do feel like that is a different thing. That's kind of where my line goes. My line is if everybody involved has already agreed to this, that's one thing. This isn't taking someone's work. This isn't like this is this was all agreed upon in advance. This was all the things were already set up in advance, you know? And I think the problem with treating everything the same is that. Yeah, I see that's the problem. But the thing is, then all you really need to do is hire somebody who's sound alike. People already did that. It wasn't new. It's just that now it was a computer doing it instead of some rando on the internet that got maybe like $5. You know? If that. I mean, Fiverr's a thing. That's the irony. This isn't new. It's just now it's using a computer instead of some rando. So that's my point. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I think, but the thing is, you have more of a way ability to shut down the AI than you do to shut down a sound alike. So I kind of go with I kind of see. I find it ironic that they would go to do that because the person in question can, if it's an impressionist, it's somebody else who's making the voice, and you can't go after them for that. But if it's a computer doing it, you can argue that this is slander or defamation. That's the thing. The irony is you have more. Yep, they rather do things themselves. And have you seen how bad they are? Because they want to do it themselves. They don't go get the top programs or things anyway either. So oftentimes these scams are still pretty bad. Like an example is I got this ad on YouTube. I'm like, this is such an obvious AI ad where the person is not moving. He's talking about his old his old shoe store, his boot store, and I'm just like, this is such a clearly AI commercial. Like, you didn't even try. You didn't even have the guy move. Like, but that's the thing. The thing is, yeah, I think that's the thing I also am left with whenever I see someone like showing, look, this they're getting better, and I'm like, they still look pretty bad. It's so weird when it's like, oh well, look, but it's just like to me, I'm like, yeah. But the thing is, people will make money off anything, and that's where I go with it. I go with I don't know. I think I think ironically normalizing AI would make it go away faster. You know, in its own way, just ignoring it. Because the fact is, the only reason they're so determined to prove it'll work is because people go, no, we don't want that. The more you ignore it, though, the more likely they're just gonna be like, next scam. In all honesty, I think that's part of why NFTs kind of went down faster than AI. Enough people eventually just learned enough to go, well, that's stupid and move on. But effectively, yeah, the more you give something attention, the more that they'll feel validated slash determined to continue forward. The less you give it attention, the more likely they're just going to give up because they'll try something new. Like, we're literally giving them what they want, you know? And I say this as someone who's not as fond of the idea of AI, but at the same time, I look at it and I go, yeah, it's not going anywhere, realistically speaking. But the more you give it attention, the more that they'll be like, look at me, look at me. So that's kind of where I go with it. But see, that's I'm pretty. Like I said, I would not be surprised though if people stopped paying attention to AI. If those guys who are so fanatic about it would then move on to the next thing. Like I said, they want the attention. They want people to look at them for one reason or another. You're giving them what they want. To some extent, but to some extent as well. Like I said, you're giving them what they want. Companies are only even going through and doing the AI thing because people are interested in it. If people stop being as interested, well, what's the point in putting the money in that? You know. Again, I go with the NFTs. Considering the number of companies that were initially going to do NFTs, but because it fell out of favor so quickly, they just scrapped them. But you can find like information on the fact that they were going to. I think that's where to me I end up going. Um, I just don't think it would last. I really don't think it would last long. Um, because like I said, it's about the money side of things. If you can make money, the company will make the money. Think of it like this: you don't use their product. Where's the worth in you them making that product anymore? Alrighty, all right. Knight, what game do you want me to play? I know what Kenny wants, or two options that Kenny's interested in. I'm just saying overall. Yeah, tomorrow we finished Deltarune. We'll probably go back. I did say I think it'll probably be next year, early for the anniversary bit. So now we have three options. Here, plus between Metroid Prime, Stardew Valley, and a game called Nice Day for Fishing. Before you leave, Nice Day for Fishing, by the way, is a fishing RPG. Just so, because I don't think you know what that one is. Made by a YouTube group called Viva Dirt League. Yes. Nice Day for Fishing. Oh wait, night's changing for Nice Day to Fishing. Uh, yeah, fair enough. Anyway, I don't think it's a problem. I don't care too much. Nah, I think it's fine. I mean, unlike so many people fall asleep anyway, I don't even think too hard about it. I'm the channel people fall asleep to. Alright, so are we doing Nice Day for Fishing then? Is that what we're doing? I'm sure I am. I am the conspiracy crack theory person who. Just, yeah. I keep talking. Exactly. Alright, then Nice Day for Fishing. Well, yeah, I mean, I just chit chat. I don't know. I feel like for me, I just feel like otherwise it's empty space. I don't like the empty space. You know? So I just start talking. Also, considering how touchy both YouTube and Twitch can be, and I do tend to have music in the background, even if the music is copyright free and everything, I've had issues. I've just learned to start talking because they don't tend to pick it up as much. Stupid. It's like the music is although in the case of one of the times, like I go here, never use pretzel. Um, yeah, I think I picked it up because also it's just like, you know, when you don't have anybody around. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't let you leave if you're chatting. I'm not trying to though. I just chit chat, chit chat, chit chat. Yeah, that's. But yeah, I honestly I think, especially because of the way, because when I first started streaming, Twitch would not tell me if I actually had people or not. I just felt like, even if no one's talking, if it says I have a viewer, even though I know it's actually zero viewers, I feel like I should at least talk to them, even if there's no one there. And I mean, that also is the other thing that led to it. It's just like that. Because I use OBS, and apparently on the OBS side, Twitch won't tell me if I actually have no viewers. If somebody even pops in for like half a second, yep. And I ramble. I move on. I travel around. I don't stick to one thing. Yeah, I mean, it certainly did help with that. It just was the whole, like I said, you take a minute to yourself if you know there's no one there. Just be like, it's fine. It's a lot harder when it says there's one person, even though you know there's no one there. Uh, I don't mind. I'm just explaining. That's part of where it really led to. It also helps. I learned an orchestra. That was the other place. Uh, yeah. Because ironically, you would never believe it, but I'm not much of a talker in real life, except sure. Um, except that like with orchestra, I I try to interact with other people, especially like if there were new people and stuff. I had like I literally brought a game with me, a game of Uno, and I would just invite people to come play and everything because I just kind of wanted to do that. I felt like since I myself feel super awkward, I just started learning how to do that. I started interacting with other people that I did, so it helps with that as well now. The irony, me just being like trying to be that one person. Like even if they don't like interact with me again after that, I just was like, like, if you don't know anybody there, it feels it can feel iffy. So I ended up trying to be that one person who interacts, even though I myself wasn't as comfortable with it to start with. And I mean, obviously, sometimes they remain friends. Sometimes they moved on to they hang out with other people, and I didn't mind either way. Because I mean, I know I was a weirdo who just invited them to play Uno during break. I was just that weirdo. Um, but yeah, I mean that's just kind of how it goes. So I try to be that kind of person. I just that's kind of where I learned to be. I like um I like to be a place where people can hang out and chill and chit chat if they want to, and not talk if they don't want to. I I don't want to put like I don't want to push. You are the chilling, yes. You have no problem laying back and just chilling. But yeah, I mean that's why I don't mind if there's no one who wants to talk versus someone who does. I get it. Heck, if you just want to stick me on and fall asleep, that's also fine. I think that's kind of where I really end up going with it. But yeah, and then I end up going an extra hour, like half hour, because I'm just like talking. I know. It's especially problematic when I'm playing Minecraft, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like, yeah. Oh yeah, no, you don't want to hear. I'm the person who was the bullied kid in fourth grade. Yeah, I told you I took migraine medicine. This makes me even extra talky, cause yeah, migraine go away, go bye bye. Well, not really go bye bye. Sitting back of head till like probably an hour from now. At which point I will probably collapse into my bed. My cat. Uh, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. All right. Anyway, like I said, I do have to finish. My kitty, he's flipping out. He's not happy. He has woken up now. You guys want to say hello to Suna before we finish? Let him have a moment. Here, buddy, come here. And then that's going to be the finish. That way we have a. Come here. Come here. You know you want to say hello. Come on. You're like, no, I want to drool on you and then go do other things. Probably go eat. Yeah, he's making himself known. Want to say hello? Want to say hello? No, you don't want to say hello? Yeah. He's like, really, his breakfast is in about an hour and a half. Because he eats when we go back to my room. That's why I let him eat. But he likes to eat before going to sleep. I don't know why. Yeah, he's purring though. I mean, he's purring for you guys. Like, but you won't eat. You won't eat out of your own. You won't eat out of bowls in the kitchen. You only eat out of your bowls for the most part. Here's the problem. You leave my room, and then you're sad because you don't have your food because you don't want to go back to my room. So that's where your bowls are. That you've determined to be your bowls. I'm not kidding. That's all my cat is. Yeah, he's a sweetie. At least to me. He has nipped at Hedge once or twice. Typically, when Hedge is wanting him, he does not want to be helped. But the Hedge cat is fine. But yeah. He's just like, I want love, I want food, I want to be. You know what? Brushed, probably. He loves brushing. He loves being brushed. Hey, buddy. Hey, come down. Can you sit for me a second? Alright, let me finish. Sorry. And yes, he does sit when I tell him to sit. I have trained him. I worked so hard to do it, but I got him trained to sit. And I don't know where it's probably not that impressive. Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful day slash night slash whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I'll see you tomorrow for some nice day for fishing, as we did finish this today, and I was already going to take a break either way, but we did finish. So, yeah. Bye-bye.